Hello, welcome to Capturing Christianity. I've got Dr. Chad McIntosh with me today, where we're giving you 100 plus, actually it's about 150, no, I think it is exactly 150 arguments for God's existence. We have been working, and by we I mean you, Dr. McIntosh, you've been working on compiling this list of arguments for a long time. We've been working on this stream for what it feels like months at this point, and we were just talking about the fact that we could have even, been preparing for another month. Like there's so much to do and so much out there and so much to cover.
Yeah.
And this is also going to be
it felt like I was I was back in college cramming for an exam.
Yeah. And this is, so just to set you guys up of what to expect today, if you're just starting this video and you're kind of like, okay, what's going to happen in this video? Basically, we're going to run through an overall outline of 150 arguments for God's existence. And then we're also going to provide resources on what you can do if you want to learn more about that argument. So this is going to be a very a kind of overall, an overview picture of each of these arguments. We're not going into detail into how the premises are going to be defended or anything like that. We're just basically outlining the arguments, giving you resources if you're interested and you want to research any further. And that's basically the overview. So we're going to start with some comments. Dr. McIntosh has some comments that he wants to make before we get started. And he also has some really interesting things to say at the very end of this. But I'm expecting us to go, this is going to be a marathon, so it could be 3 to 4 hours long, this entire video, because that's a lot of things to cover. We've got, 370 slides to get through. So there's a lot. There's a lot for us to get through. All right, well, Chad, tell me what got you interested in the first place in theistic arguments?
It actually is pretty tied into how I became a Christian, how I came to believe in God. So if you kind of permit me a little bit of a personal story, is growing up, I had a very loving family. Despite having a very loving family, I caused them a lot of grief and a lot of trouble. And by middle school, I was what they would say, or what they would call as a troubled youth, right? Yeah, I was a troubled youth. So maybe when I was around fourth or fifth grade, I remember thinking that if God is real, then he wouldn't let so many people suffer so terribly. And by high school, I was thoroughly convinced that life was meaningless. I was depressed, and frankly, I was suicidal. And I was out walking one night, feeling particularly miserable, and I just felt compelled to cry out to the stars that I needed change in my life, because I couldn't go on being as miserable and depressed as I was. Well, not long after that, my life did change pretty dramatically. I got kicked out of my high school for getting into a nasty fight. And so I was sent to a local Christian high school to finish out my freshman year. And not having grown up in church, it was a major culture shock to me. Talking about Jesus, going to chapel, singing songs. It was all so weird. Most amusing to me actually was the practice of praying before tests. Students would pray before tests. I thought that was so stupid. It's like either you studied or you didn't. What are we praying for? Well, it must have been pretty obvious that I was a fish out of water in this school. So because before long, some of the other students started to evangelize to me. They started to witness to me, and I remember saying to one girl in response, I said, "Life sucks, and then you die." And then I'll never remember.
So edgy, bro.
Yeah, I remember. She responded very quickly. I'll never forget what she said. She says, "Yeah, life does suck, but Jesus helps." So I was like, "Oh." So in response to these students evangelizing to me, I wanted to return the favor. So that's how I started studying philosophy. And I found this little book called The Atheist Debater's Handbook at a local bookstore. And I went to work. I studied this, and I put these arguments to work with the students. And my favorite was actually debating the guidance counselor at this school. It was a policy at the school that you could get out of the class, no questions asked, if you just said you needed to talk to the guidance counselor. So I took advantage of that, and I was always in there debating the guidance counselor about the existence of God and so forth. And one day he cut me off and said, "Chad, you know, we could debate back and forth all day long, but just do me a favor. Will you read Psalm 42? And I said, "Yeah, sure." But I quickly forgot about it. And not long later, it turns out that my best friend's sister had been attending a youth group where the youth pastor had a degree in philosophy. So I was persuaded to go meet with him, thinking that it would turn out to be like these meetings I was having with the guidance counselor, just debating back and forth about God's existence, me using all these cheap arguments from the Atheist Debater's Handbook. Well, not surprisingly, he was a bit less impressed with the arguments that I was giving than my guidance counselor was. And he just patiently and systematically dismantled each one until I was just speechless. And he was kind enough to send me home with 2 books. One was J.P. Moreland's Scaling the Secular City, and the other was Craig's Reasonable Faith. And I read these books, and honestly, I didn't know what to think. The theistic arguments in these books were much more impressive than the atheistic arguments that I had encountered. But I still really didn't know what to make of the whole situation. Well, back at my friend's house, my best friend's house, his sister's Bible happened to be close to where I was sitting one day. So I grabbed it and I flipped it open, found Psalm 42. It was actually the first time I'd ever really opened the Bible myself. And when I read Psalm 42, I was just blown away. Here was this guy wrestling with God's seeming absence, and he was reflecting on why he's so depressed all the time, and why God doesn't seem to be there in the middle of our suffering. And that blew me away. I was like, it totally changed the way I think about the Bible, about religion. But I was still kind of stuck in limbo, I guess. But not long after that, one cold February night, I was lying on the top of my brother's car outside, looking at the stars again. And in the same way I felt compelled to cry out for change before, I just felt compelled to blurt out, "God, if you're real, then show yourself to me, and I'll follow you. I'll believe in you." And no sooner than I finished uttering those words, the biggest shooting star I'd ever seen went across the sky. And as overwhelming as that was, and still processing what just happened, I was just still incredulous that God could have just communicated with me. And so I was just, this little skeptic inside me was still saying, it could have been a coincidence. So after I got up and I was going inside, I had my hand on the door handle to go back inside. And I thought, just a coincidence. I don't want to believe in God for just a stupid emotional reason. And I looked up to the sky one more time. And as I did, another shooting star went across the sky. It's a true story. So that was it for me. And after I came to believe in God as a result of that, I reflected back and saw how important those theistic arguments were to me, in sort of neutralizing the atheistic arguments that I was memorizing and was using in debates. And so I resolved to study philosophy more. And as I did, my interest in theistic arguments never really waned. When I would come across a new argument I hadn't encountered before, I'd file it away until the list grew so big that I imposed some order on it and put it up on my blog. And I've been adding to it ever since. And it's really the research that is behind this video, this presentation.
Wow. I did not know that about your experience with the shooting stars. That's crazy. I also like the fact that you were like, after the first one, you were like, okay, no, I'm not gonna believe in God for some stupid emotional reason. You're like, yeah. And then another one, like, right. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Well, let's. Is there anything else that you want to say before we start to get into the arguments? Do you have any other caveats or?
Yes, there's some stage setting that's required, and before we talk about theistic arguments, we need to know what a theistic argument is. So let's say a theistic argument is an argument for the conclusion that God exists, or the conclusion that Christianity is true because that entails God exists, or it's an argument for the rationality of belief in God or practical commitment to God's existence, or it's an argument that increases the probability that God exists. So I'm calling a theistic argument that satisfies any of those three criteria.
Okay.
Now, what is God? Let's say God is a personal being that has one or more attributes traditionally associated with God. So omnipotence, omniscience, moral perfection, necessary existence, creator, designer of the universe. One or more of those attributes, let's, for simplicity's sake, say if we have an argument for a being that has one or more of those attributes, that's an argument for God. Do we need theistic arguments for God to be justified in believing God exists? No, I don't think so, but they're fun to think about, and they can increase one's justification for believing in God. A few more things before we get to the actual arguments. What is a good argument? It's actually really hard to say what a good argument is. Consider the following argument. Let's call it the DIXIE argument. Okay, I should have a slide on that.
Do I need to pull it up, or is it something you've got on yours? Okay. Oh, where is that at? Is that like in the middle of the?
It should be like the first slide. Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, okay. So I haven't pulled up any of the slides. Maybe I should just pull up. I see what you're saying. All right. Well, let me just pull it up, and then we'll get
the very first. Because the first slide here. There we go.
Here's the very first one. So maybe talk about this first, and then we'll get to the DIXIE one.
So in my research, you need to, the literature on arguments for God's existence is so vast that you need to impose some sort of order on it. And the order that I like is dividing traditional arguments from God's existence from non-traditional arguments. The traditional arguments are the more common arguments that you see in the literature and definitive literature and in debates. And then the non-traditional arguments are a little less common, but have sophisticated defenses no less. So in total, I think there are 14 categories of theistic arguments, 7 in traditional and 7 in non-traditional. And we're going to go through as many arguments in each of those categories as I could find. Actually, my OCD tendencies got the better of me, and I had to just start leaving arguments out, which bothers me. But I think 150, 155 or so is enough.
I wanted to say, though, that also, like, these arguments are not just like random arguments that you're finding on Facebook, in random Facebook groups. These are peer-reviewed, published
That's right.
arguments that have been defended by some of the smartest people ever.
That goes to the point I was going to make is, it's hard to say what a good argument is. So if we have, I think it's the very next slide, consider this theistic argument. It's a novel argument. Let's call it the DIXIE argument. Either my cat is named Lucifer or God exists. My cat is not named Lucifer, so God exists. Okay, look, I think that's a sound argument for God's existence because I think both of the premises are true. I think God exists, and my cat is not named Lucifer. Her name is DIXIE. The problem is that's not an argument that any rational person would take seriously. By contrast, all of the arguments that we'll look at are arguments that are taken seriously by rational people, professional philosophers with PhDs who have published these arguments in the highest tier journals of peer review. Okay, so just for to get a handle on what is a good argument, let's just say an argument that a rational person can take seriously. Okay, so the list we're going to look at, it's not exhaustive. There's some arbitrariness in how I categorize some of the arguments. One argument can be categorized under different categories. Most of the outlines are my own. I tried my best to keep them simple and accurate. I reached out to many of the philosophers who published these arguments to confirm that I've understood them correctly, and I heard back from most of them. I want to keep the presentations brief, which is risky. That's the biggest risk in this, because if you keep it brief, it runs the risk of someone just dismissing it. You know, it's like, oh, that's a dumb argument or something like that.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, look, if you come up with an objection on the spot to one of these arguments, it's very likely that this objection is dealt with or wrestled with in the paper that we're gonna be referencing. Okay, in the publication the argument comes from. So this is more. You can think of this more as, like you said, an overview of the vast terrain of theistic arguments. This is not our endorsements of any of these arguments, and this is not an apologetic per se. This is not a cumulative case per se. Now, when I was sharing the link to this video, I saw a comment, the top comment on the right. It was by M. Jordan. It said this: "What's the point of this video? Over 98% are not good arguments for God. In my opinion, there's only like 3 good arguments for God, but those good ones still don't mean God exists." Now, I want to respond to that because it prefaces what we're doing here very nicely. What's the point of this video? Well, it's a semi-comprehensive survey of theistic arguments outlined as teasers, pointing to resources for you to go deeper on the arguments that pique your interest. Okay. That said, at the very end, I do want to play around with the numbers a bit, because a recent paper by Ted Poston called "The Argument from So Many Arguments" lays out, he gives a method for calculating the cumulative evidential force of many arguments put together. So what I want to do is give estimates on the force of these arguments at the end, where we can have bad arguments, which are just unsound. They have a false premise. We have weak arguments that are arguments that have premises that aren't obviously false, but don't obviously seem true either. Maybe they're just slightly more plausible than not. We have strong arguments, which have premises which are quite plausibly true, more plausibly true than not. And then we have decent arguments that fall somewhere within that range of weak and strong arguments. So at the end, we'll put numbers to these and compare. We'll calculate how many strong arguments do we need to be justified in believing God exists? How many weak arguments do we need to be justified in believing God exists, or to have good evidence for God's existence? So that actually is probably the most important aspect of this whole thing, is the calculations that we're going to do at the end. So I know it's going to be a long video, but stick around because the end is going to be the most fun when we get to tinker and toy with the numbers. Okay. Cameron, I know you had some ideas about how to make this fun. So did you come up with any ideas on that?
No, I've been planning this stream and dealing with some other YouTube drama, so I haven't really been able to put a whole lot of thought into like what we can do to make it fun.
I saw someone say you should do a push-up after every argument. I'm like, well, that's going to be 150 push-ups. I mean, back in my day, I could do that, but I don't want to be presenting these arguments and be out of breath at this point. So no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I think that we can try to break it up by like each of us just like maybe reading the arguments and then just whatever comes to mind. I don't know. I'm going to try to make it fun and interesting, especially for everyone watching. So we'll do what we can. But I think the most important thing is that we just get this content out there regardless of what kind of psychological benefit or breaks that we can give people. I think they're probably most going to be interested in the arguments. It's already, given that it's already been 20 minutes, let's go ahead and get into the the first one. So here is the screen. So we're going to start with cosmological arguments.
All right. Well, cosmological arguments are arguments for the conclusion that God is the ultimate cause, ground, or explanation of the universe, or all of contingent or dependent reality. And there's no better argument to start with than Aquinas' first way, the argument from the unmoved mover. So we have Aquinas' first way. Premise 1, some things are moved. 2, whatever is moved by another. 3, there cannot be an infinite series of movers, and so the conclusion is there must be an unmoved mover. And Aquinas' stock phrase was, and this is what all men mean by God. Now, important for understanding this argument and other arguments which reject an infinite series is the distinction between a series ordered per se and a series ordered per accidens. Okay, so let me illustrate the difference. A series ordered per se would be like this. Here's an example. This is the example Thomas gives, Thomas Aquinas. A hand moves a stick, which moves a stone. Another example would be dominoes. You flick one domino, and it starts this chain reaction where all the dominoes fall. Another example would be Rube Goldberg machines. Have you seen the like Rube Goldberg machines? Where
yeah, of course,
it's this insanely complicated device where one thing just sets off this chain reaction, that ends in all these interesting series of things happening.
Yeah,
and then there's the famous example of the turtles all the way down that you might recall. Legend has it that it was either Bertrand Russell or Max Planck were giving a lecture on the theory of gravity and how that explains why the Earth doesn't just fall in empty space. And an impatient old lady in the audience balks at the idea that the Earth could just be floating there in space. And then Russell or Max Planck asks the lady, says, well, what is the Earth resting on then? And then she says, well, it's resting on the shell of a big turtle. And he says, well, what is that turtle resting on? And she says, another turtle. And he says, well, what's that one resting on? And she says, well, it's turtles all the way down. So that's, again, a classic example of a series ordered per se. Now, the problem with that is that it seems to just push explanation back indefinitely. You don't really get an explanation for why anything in the series is happening if it just goes on indefinitely. Now, contrast that with a series ordered per accidens. So examples here would be one person begetting another, and then that person begets another. Another would be, actually, my favorite example would be, have you seen the movie Pay It Forward?
No, I haven't.
Well, the idea there is you do one act of kindness to someone, and then that will inspire them to do an act of kindness to someone else. And in the movie, this young boy's simple act of kindness winds up going viral and triggers this global chain reaction of acts of kindness. That would be a good example of a series ordered per accidens. Now, each member in a series ordered per accidens, it doesn't have to pass on what it received, right? The series could just stop with one person, right? Each member plays an active role to continue the series. They're not automatically passing along what they received in the way that members in a series ordered per se do. In a series ordered per se, each member plays a passive role, automatically passing along something that they got from an original source. So I know that's a bit much for the first argument, but when other arguments reject the possibility of an infinite series, most of them are going to be rejecting the possibility of an infinite series ordered per se, but not per accidens, if that makes sense.
All right. Should we move on to the resources for this one?
Sure. I give a few resources on this distinction between these two kinds of regresses. So Patterson Brown's paper there is very influential, and Caleb Cahoe has some good stuff written on this recently.
All right, let's move on to argument number 2, Aquinas' second way.
Second way for the existence of an uncaused cause. Some things are caused. Whatever is caused by another. There cannot be an infinite series of causes. Again, that's a series ordered per se. So there must be an uncaused cause. Pretty straightforward.
Okay, should we, do you want to say anything else about that one, or should we move on?
Let's just move on.
Okay, I like that. All right, Aquinas' third way. Why don't I read this one, because there's a lot to read here.
Yeah,
and actually, let me take this off the screen so that people can see all of the text here. All right, so premise number 1, whatever is contingent at one time did not exist. If everything is contingent, then at one time nothing existed. If at one time nothing existed, then nothing would exist now. Something does exist now. So not every being is contingent, so there is a necessary being. Premise 7, either the necessary being gets its necessity from another or exists necessarily of itself. Premise 8, there cannot be an infinite regress of necessary beings that get their necessity from another. And then the conclusion, so there is a necessary being that exists necessarily of itself.
Yeah, it's a mouthful, but there you have it. Most of those premises, I think, are pretty straightforward.
Right. Where can people go to find out more about Aquinas's 5 ways? Like, what's a good resource for that?
You know, I struggled with this. I didn't really come up with a good source. Anthony Kinney has a good book on Aquinas's 5 ways.
I mean, you mentioned Ed Feser here. Ed Feser is really good.
You know, I mean, if you're looking for a defense of Aquinas on anything, Feser's pretty much just as good of a source as any other. Is it Antoinette Gilson? He's pretty darn good on the 5 ways. There are actually philosophers who are starting to defend versions of the 5 ways that don't appeal to some of the more Aristotelian concepts that Aquinas assumes. One of them being one of my advisors, PhD advisor, Scott McDonald. I think he's got a paper called Aquinas's Parasitic Cosmological Argument, where it's an extended defense of the first way, using contemporary physics. So you can find defenses. I just didn't put a lot of research into that.
Right. Okay. Let's move on to all right. Argument number 4, Samuel Clarke. And I haven't heard of this one, so I'm really curious. Like, I guess I'll let you read this one, and then
sure.
I may ask a question or two about it.
So an important distinction for this argument is the distinction between contingent things and dependent things. You might have noticed in the previous argument, it started out arguing that there cannot be an infinite number of contingent things. And then it also went to, there can't be an infinite number of dependent things either. So this distinction is very important. Everything that's contingent is dependent, but not everything that's dependent is contingent.
I like that.
So this argument says we don't even need to talk about contingent things. All we need to do is focus on dependent things. And the argument's off and running. Yeah,
see, this actually strikes me as like, just if we can pause for a second, this argument, what it looks like, the dependence version of like cosmological arguments or contingency arguments, I was really not introduced to these until I started to interact with the work of Josh Rasmussen, which we'll get to. I mean, there's 150 arguments. We're going to get to some Rasmussen and Pruss and everyone else. But he was the first one that I kind of saw this distinction between, and in everyday language, when someone hears the word contingent, they're probably thinking of it in the dependence like way. You know what I mean? So it was cool to see him make that distinction and then go on to make an argument for God's existence from dependence. So I just wanted to throw that little anecdote in there. Well, let's get back to the argument and run through all of the premises here.
Okay, so there are dependent beings. For any dependent being, it either depends on itself or it depends on another. Nothing can depend on itself. So all dependent things depend on another. A series of dependent beings which depend on another can't be infinite. If the series of beings which depend on another can't be infinite, then the series of beings which depend on another must ultimately depend on an independent being. So the series of beings which depend on another must ultimately depend on an independent being.
See, I like that. I mean, the premises, I think, are a little bit like the version that I've grown to be familiar with from Rasmussen is a lot more simple. And I think this has some extra steps that I don't think are necessary, but I still like it. I like these arguments from dependence to an independent being. So,
I do too.
So I like
and they're structurally similar to other cosmological arguments, but yeah, if you stick with the notion of dependence, yeah, I think that's pretty intuitive.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to some resources for this one.
Okay, we have Clarke's classic demonstration, William Rowe, Richard Gale, and Bruce Reichenbach.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, I was going to say that if you guys, so we're going to run through some of these really quickly. So if you, when you see these resources, these resource slides, pause the video and then like jot down whatever you want, because I can't like put everything in the description of this video, all the different resources, because there's actually a limited amount of space. But what I can do is make this Google slide presentation. I can make that available. So I will have that linked in the description after this video is completed. That way you can gain them that way. Or like I said, you can just pause it and do it that way. All right, let's move on to argument number 5. We're only 5 in. Can you believe? And we're already like hitting some really heavy philosophy here. Like I said, these are not like, this is not your brother's argument that he like came up when he was 5 years old and was trying to share it with his other friend when they were just randomly debating God's existence. So these are very, very serious arguments, as you can see. I also like that, like, I mean, because some of these arguments, like, they weren't in this form, right? They weren't like deductive and like a syllogism like this, or like a structured, deductive form. So you had to do a lot of that work yourself. So this is actually, this is a huge resource.
Process.
This is a huge resource. Okay. All right. Let's, so just, why don't I read this one? Because you read the last one. All right. So here it is. Leibniz's cosmological argument. CA just means cosmological argument. We're going to have to use some abbreviations here. All right. Premise number 1, anything that exists has a sufficient reason for why it exists, either in another contingent being or in a necessary being. Number 2, the world exists. 3, therefore, the world has a sufficient reason for why it exists, either in another contingent being or in a necessary being. But the sufficient reason for why the world exists cannot be in another contingent being, since A, the world just is the collection of all contingent beings, and B, the sufficient reason for the collection cannot be in its parts, individually or collectively. So, a sufficient reason for the world must be a necessary being outside the world. And the conclusion, therefore, there is a necessary being outside the world.
So the main premise here is going to be premise 4. And this was David Hume's objection to the argument. He thought that this argument, premise 4 in particular, committed the fallacy of composition. If each part is contingent, why should we think that the whole is contingent? So, for example, if he thought it committed the fallacy like this: if each part of an engine weighs, I don't know, a pound, that doesn't follow that the engine weighs a pound. The engine is going to be a lot heavier than just a pound. But now compare a different example. If each part of the wall, each brick of the wall is red, it does follow that the wall is red. So the question is contingency like color, or is it more like weight? And, well, I think it's more like color, right? It's not like weight. A bunch of contingent things together don't add up their contingency to be like more contingency in the same way that something lightweight things don't add up their weight to be more heavy, right? You don't get something that's more contingent just by adding up contingent things. So another way of objecting would be, if each part has an explanation, why think the whole must have an explanation? And here are a few examples to think that just if we've explained each part, that's not sufficient for explaining the whole. Richard Gale has this charming example. I'm modifying a little bit. Imagine that there are 5 philosophers on a particular street corner in New York City, and we want to know why there are 5 philosophers on this particular street corner in New York City. Well, one of them is there because his grandma lives around the block and he's going to see her. One is there because he's on the way to see a play. One is there because he just wanted to get outside and get some fresh air. One is there because, and so on. So they each have their own individual reason for being on that street corner. That by itself doesn't explain why there are 5 philosophers on this street corner. That seems to cry out for more explanation. And the explanation there would be, oh, there's a meeting of the American Philosophical Association happening in New York City on this weekend. You see how that works?
So there's something a little bit deeper. Yeah, there's got to be some extra explanation for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Alexander Proust gives a different example. He asks us to imagine a cannonball at rest at noon and then is fired. So we can ask, why is the cannonball moving 1 minute past noon? Well, because it was moving a half a minute past noon. But if that's true, then why was it moving a half a minute past noon? Well, because it was moving a quarter minute past noon. Why was it moving a quarter minute past noon? Well, because it was moving an eighth minute past noon. So why is it moving at any time past noon is the question. So even if its movement at any one time is explained by a prior time, it doesn't explain why the cannonball is moving at all. We need to eventually recourse to the fact that it was fired. So those are two examples of how, even if we have an explanation of a part, that doesn't necessarily mean we have an explanation of the whole.
Okay, let's move on to some resources for this one. There we go. Or no, this is the next argument. Okay.
Yeah, so we have a Leibnizian cosmological argument that's defended by Stephen Davis and Bill Craig, which probably is familiar with your viewers. Everything that exists has an explanation. The universe exists, so the universe has an explanation. If the universe has an explanation, it's God, so God exists. The key premise there is 4, which he points out is logically equivalent to what the atheist has always maintained, which is that if God does not exist, the universe has no explanation. It's just brute. So it's a pretty strong argument.
Okay, and let's move on to some resources for that one. Stephen T. Davis, Cosmological Argument and the Epistemic Status of Belief in God. And William Lane Craig's Reasonable Faith. Yeah, he's defended that one in a lot of his works. He's defended that one. Yeah. So, all right, moving on. So now we are on to argument number 7. Pruss, the Leibnizian argument from Alexander Pruss. And I'll read this one because I just have such an affinity for Alexander Pruss. All right, number 1 is every contingent fact has an explanation. Number 2, there is a contingent fact that includes all other contingent facts. Number 3, therefore, there is an explanation of this fact. 4, this explanation cannot itself be a contingent fact. And then the conclusion, so the explanation of all contingent facts is necessary. What's like the number 1 objection to this argument?
It's that the first premise is false. And the first premise is what's called the strong principle of sufficient reason. So they're just going to want to deny that every contingent fact has an explanation. There are brute facts.
Okay, and some resources for this one, the Leibnizian cosmological argument in Craig and Moreland's The Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology, which I've got sitting on my shelf back here. This one is also actually available on Pruss's website, I believe. So if you just search for the title of this, then it'll pull up and you can you can read it for free if you want to learn more about his argument. And Pruss, just like, you need to know who he is. If you don't, you need to look him up. You need to look at what the sorts of things that he's saying. I've even featured a couple of his talks on this YouTube channel that you can go and watch. One of them was on the argument from beauty, and another one was a sort of newish argument for God's existence from paradoxes, like the Grim Reaper paradox that I discuss, or that I've had other philosophers on to talk about. All right. Argument number 8, the Gale-Pruss cosmological argument.
You asked what the strongest objection to the previous argument was, and it's what's called the strong principle of sufficient reason. Well, Alexander Pruss and Richard Gale tried to come up with an argument based on a weak principle of sufficient reason, which is premise 1 here. For any proposition P, if P is true, then possibly there is a proposition Q that explains P. So it's a little bit weaker than that strong principle of sufficient reason we encountered before. Premise 2, all contingently true propositions in the actual world form a big conjunctive proposition. They use the term fact, but just for consistency, I'll just use proposition, BCCP, big conjunctive contingent proposition. Possibly, this is premise 3, possibly there's a proposition Q that explains BCCP. 4, Q explains BCCP only if Q involves a necessary being. And this is because if Q were wholly contingent, Q would be in BCCP. So Q can't be contingent, but necessary. Premise 5, there is a proposition Q that explains BCCP that involves a necessary being. And this follows from 3 and 4, and it's provable in S5, modal system S5, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And the argument is this. Look, if possibly Q explains P and Q explains P only if Q is necessary, then possibly Q is necessary. In other words, if Q is possibly necessary, but if Q is possibly necessary, it follows in modal system S5 that it is necessary. So Q. Then we're on premise 6. Q explains BCCP only if Q reports a personal explanation. And the reason here is that there's a distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations. Scientific explanations are explanations in terms of the laws of nature, law-like generalities. Personal explanations are explanations in terms of agents and their intentions. So if we ask a question, why is the water boiling? You could give a scientific explanation in terms of the mean kinetic energy, the water molecules, blah, blah, blah. Or you could give a personal explanation, which is that I wanted to make some tea. So we have this distinction between these two kinds of explanation. Well, they point out, Gale and Pruss point out that because scientific explanations are just generalizations over all of contingent reality, scientific explanations must also be contingent. So scientific explanations can't involve only contingent propositions, all of which are already included in BCCP. So no scientific explanation, no proposition reporting a scientific explanation can explain BCCP. So whatever proposition explains BCCP, and this is the conclusion, it must, well, premise 6, must report a personal explanation. And so the conclusion, there's a proposition Q that explains BCCP that involves a necessary being and reports a personal explanation.
Yeah, so this one, someone's noting in the comment section that this one is a little bit more on the complex side, which is okay. We're going to get even into more complex waters, a whole lot more complex when we start talking about ontological arguments, which is section number 2. So if that was too much, then just get ready because it's about to get a lot worse. Yeah, so there's that. But then I was going to say something that's... Let me say this first. So my favorite, not my favorite, but a really cool thing about this argument, let me pull it back up here, is that Gale is an atheist. Mm-hmm. He's I don't know if he's agnostic technically, but he's definitely not a theist. He's a non-theist. Yet, I just want you to note that he's developed this argument for God's existence with Alexander Pruss, and he's defended it in the literature and everything. Like that to me, it shows a big difference between what happens in the philosophy world, like the academic world, as opposed to what happens on YouTube and in debates on Facebook and on Twitter and stuff. It's like in the philosophy world and the academic world, they're not afraid to steel man arguments, to attempt to better the other side's position. And so it's just, I don't know. I find that really, really interesting. That Gale, he's a non-theist himself, yet he's defended this argument and developed the dialectic that way. I just think that's really cool.
I think Gale's work is very underappreciated. It's brilliant, and his writing is superb. I love Gale's writing. You should, yeah, if you haven't read much Richard Gale, you should. But the point I wanted to make earlier is that the more complicated arguments are going to be in these first few categories, cosmological and ontological. It gets easier from there.
Good to note. All right, so let's move on to some resources for this one, which is just Richard Gale and Alexander Pruss's A New Cosmological Argument, and that you can find in Religious Studies. Okay, moving on to cosmological argument, and this is argument number 9. So I'll go ahead and read this one. This one's got a lot on the screen here. PPE, and is that just a principle? What is PPE stand for?
Let me take this one, yeah, because I've got my notes on this one. It's a little bit, it might not be transparent.
Okay,
so two philosophers, Katz and Kramer, they think that you can run a cosmological argument without the principle of sufficient reason, based on this principle. And it's the principle of epistemic explanations, they call it. Okay, so kind of a mouthful there. And it's PPE. Given that 1, there's a possible explanation of the fact that F, and 2, any possible explanation of the fact that F entails P, it's reasonable to believe P. Here's an example. The match is on fire. Any possible explanation of that fact entails that there's oxygen in the atmosphere. So it's reasonable to believe that there's oxygen in the atmosphere. Okay? So we can run the argument with PPE. 1, the proposition that there's a unique necessary being who brought about the existence of everything other than itself by willing that the other being should exist would, if true, explain why there are contingent beings. There is a possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings. And so 1 and 2, premise 3 here, there is no proposition consistent with the claim that there are only contingent beings, which, if true, would explain why there are contingent beings. Well, 1 and 2 together satisfy PPE. That's the principle. given that, one, there is a possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings, and two, any possible explanation of that fact, of the fact that there are contingent beings, entails P, there is a necessary being, it's reasonable to believe that P, there is a necessary being. So 1 and 2 together just satisfies the main principle here. And we had premise 3 and then premise 4. Any possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings entails that there is a necessary being. And so the conclusion, it's reasonable to believe that there is a necessary being.
Okay, I'm not going to add a whole lot on this one other than to say maybe we should move on to give some resources on this one. Do you want to talk about that resource at all, or should we just move on?
Let's just move on.
Okay. Easy enough.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to have to take this one too.
Yeah. This is, okay, KOON'S cosmological argument, published in 1997, was instrumental in launching a lot of different cosmological arguments. Very influential cosmological argument, and it's extremely logically tight, okay? So it's based on certain mereological axioms, a few principles of causation, and then the argument's off and running. It's similar to the Leibnizian cosmological argument, except with cause, but not explanation. Okay, so here are the mereological axioms. Mereological just being the study of parts and wholes. So axiom 1, X is a part of Y if and only if anything that overlaps X overlaps Y. Overlaps just means they share a part in common. Axiom 2, if there's a thing of type C, then there is an aggregate or sum of all such types. 3, X is identical to Y if and only if X is a part of Y and Y is a part of X. 4, if a whole exists, so do all of its parts. And 5, if all the parts of a whole exist, so does the whole. Now, these axioms of mereology are not very controversial, so he's just kind of taking them for granted. Now, here's a definition. A wholly contingent thing is something that has no necessary parts. It's entirely contingent, nothing necessary about it. Okay, 3 principles of causation. First,
is that the next slide?
Yeah, next slide. First, only actual existent things can be causes or effects. Seems pretty reasonable. Second, a cause and its effect must be distinct. The cause can't overlap its effect. And then third, every wholly contingent thing has a cause. Now, the argument runs as follows. Next slide. All parts of a necessary thing are necessary. That follows from axiom 4. And K is just system modal logic. In modal logic, every contingent thing has a wholly contingent part. The first and second axioms. Definition, let C be the aggregate of all wholly contingent reality. 3, if there are any contingent things, C is wholly contingent thing. That follows from A1, A3, the definition, and lemma 1. Lemma 4, if there are any contingent things, C has a cause, follows from lemmas 3 and the C3, which I think is just the C3, the third principles of causation. Every contingent thing overlaps C. And then we can derive from these theorem. If there are any contingent things, then the cosmos, the sum of all wholly contingent things, has a cause that is a necessary thing. Now, I said it's a very tight argument, and you can see how tight it is if you just look at my own simplification here in the next slide. Premise 1, there are contingent things. 2, the cosmos is the sum of all wholly contingent things. Now, he's just defining the cosmos in that way. 3, the sum of all wholly contingent things is a wholly contingent thing. That's what most of what we just covered went to establish, and that is a derived. That's not really a premise. That's derived from the axioms and definitions. 4, so the cosmos is a wholly contingent thing. 5, each wholly contingent thing has a cause. That's the key premise of the argument. And then 6, so the cosmos has a cause that is not a contingent thing. It's namely a necessary thing. Now, what's cool about this argument is if you accept the axioms and you accept those 3 principles of causation, it all follows. The conclusion follows. The only premise in this argument other than the fact that there are contingent things, which isn't, I mean, that's a pretty safe assumption. The only premise of this argument is 5. Each wholly contingent thing has a cause. And he defends 5 by saying that he just appeals to empirical science. He says every success of common sense in science is by reconstructing causal antecedents of things that we observe in nature. So everything that we see that's contingent is a cause. So that's really the main premise there. And this is a good example of how these outlines are just the tip of an iceberg of material that you can get into.
To put it lightly, yeah. Okay, yeah. So here is some resources here for the... Okay, so I said that I wasn't going to do like anything to kind of break up the monotony, but after that one, I've got to. So we are on... That was 10 arguments. I'm going to do 10 push-ups. We're going to see how this goes. You can join me if you want. You don't have to, but and unfortunately, people aren't going to be able to see me do these. So I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. I'm just going to do it. Here I go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like Michael Scott. I did it.
Yeah. Very good.
All right. 10 push-ups. 10 arguments, 10 push-ups.
I'll take a drink of some apple juice.
There you go. You're telling people it's apple juice, but we both know what it really is. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, we may need to get a beer after this anyways. This is intense.
We're in intermission.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Like I said, they get easier. That's one of the more complicated ones that we'll go over.
Okay. Well, I at least I appreciated your simplified version, so that was cool. All right, here we go. Here is argument number 11. Should I read this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. For any, let me read the title of this one. So this one is from Pruss and Rasmussen's book. I think this is their book, Necessary Existence. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still catching my breath. I shouldn't be this out of shape. All right, premise 1. For any particular contingent concrete, something that possibly causes things, there is an explanation of the fact that those things exist. Number 2, considering all the contingent concrete things that exist, if there is an explanation of the fact that those things exist, then there is a necessary concrete thing. And then conclusion just follows. So there is a necessary concrete thing. There you go.
Yeah, and for defense of that, see their book, Necessary Existence. Fantastic book.
There you go. It's so good. It's very complex, and it's difficult at points, which you probably would expect from those two authors writing a book together. But all right, so here we go. Let's move on. Cosmological argument, and this is our argument number 12. I'll let you take this one.
So this is Emmanuel Rutten's atomistic cosmological argument. Premise 1, there are objects.
Never heard of him or this argument, so I'm really excited.
He comes up again later, so yeah, we'll encounter him again. 2, every composite object is ultimately composed of simple objects. 3, every object is caused or is the cause of another object. The sum of all caused simple objects is an object. The cause of an object is disjoint, which means they don't share a part in common with that object. Every caused composite object contains a caused proper part. That's the key premise. 7, there is a first cause. You can find his dissertation online by searching Emmanuel. Well, the title of his dissertation is the resource. In the next slide, he goes through a handful of cosmological arguments, and that's the one he thinks is most defensible.
So I'm getting a little concerned, Chad, because we're only 12 arguments in and we're already at an hour. At this rate, we're not going to be done until tomorrow. So maybe we should speed it up a little bit.
Okay.
So here's an argument that everyone should be familiar with at this point. If you're watching this and interested in these types of things, KALAM cosmological argument: whatever begins to exist has a cause. 2, the universe began to exist. So the conclusion, the universe has a cause. And this one is defended famously by William Lane Craig in the KALAM cosmological argument. He's also got some papers on this. You can check his website. It looks like, well, why don't you mention the rest of these, because you put this together? It's interesting that you've mentioned Callum Miller's paper here, actually, that I'm looking at this.
Yeah, I was going to include that as a separate outline, but time got away from me. The basic idea there is just that if theism is true, it's much more likely that the universe began to exist than if naturalism were true, which is confirmatory evidence for theism.
Dang, you definitely should have put that as a separate argument. It's your fault.
I know.
You screwed it up. You screwed it up, Chad. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. So here's Alexander Pruss's KALAM, which is 1, something has a cause. 2, there are no causal loops. Nothing causes itself. 3, nothing has an infinite causal history. And that's the burden of his book. What's the title of it? You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, Infinity, Causation, and Paradox, I think. There
it is. So there is an uncaused cause. That follows directly from 1, 2, and 3. 5, if there's an uncaused cause, God exists. 6, so God exists.
There you go. And that one, like you said, is defended in Infinity, Causation, and Paradox, 2018. It's an amazing book. All right, so this one, Swinburne's inductive cosmological argument. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah. So Swinburne famously makes a distinction between 2 different kinds of inductive arguments, good inductive arguments. The first is what he calls a P-inductive argument. And that's just when a piece of evidence makes a hypothesis more likely true than not. So it pushes the likelihood of the hypothesis over half, basically. It makes it more likely true than not. Now, by contrast, there are C-inductive arguments, which are arguments where some piece of evidence just makes the hypothesis more likely. Not more likely than not. It just increases the probability of the hypothesis a little bit. Okay, so that's how he frames his cosmological argument. He thinks the universe makes for a good C-inductive cosmological argument. So 1, the universe exists and is a certain way, namely, it's complex, yet everything behaves in an orderly, law-like way. It is such as to be a suitable theater for humans and animals to evolve. Humans did evolve so as to be able to have true beliefs about the world and to meaningfully act within it. Okay, so if theism can explain why the universe exists and is this way better than naturalism can, then the universe exists and is this way makes theism more likely than naturalism. Well, theism can explain why the universe exists and in this way better than naturalism can. So the universe exists and is this way makes theism more likely than naturalism. Now, the main premise here is going to be 2. Why think naturalism can't explain why the universe exists and is this way better than theism? Well, again, he draws on this distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations. Naturalism only has scientific explanations available to it. It doesn't have personal explanations available to it. So
at a cosmological level.
Yeah, at the cosmological level. Yeah, good point. So the only thing that could explain the universe at the cosmological level is a personal explanation. So that's why theism is more probable. The universe makes theism more probable than naturalism.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start being a little bit more strict on that. So we'll go as quick. We'll go through these a little bit quicker now. All right. So a SCOTUS is modal cosmological argument. That should be fun. Go ahead.
Whatever cannot possibly exist from something else possibly exists from itself. It's possible that a first causal potency exists. Now, by first causal potency, he means a first cause, but not necessarily one that exercises its causal power. Okay. The first causal potency cannot possibly exist from something else. So it's possible that a first causal potency exists from itself. What is non-existent cannot bring anything into existence. Even if, per impossible, what is non-existent could bring something else into existence, could bring itself into existence, it would not be altogether uncausable. So it's not possible for something to exist from itself, which does not actually exist from itself. So a first causal potency does exist from itself.
Nice. I'm not going to add a whole lot more on that other than, well, I mean, this is why I love the fact that we're doing all of these resources, is that people can go and search. If you want to look more into these arguments, you can do that. So this one, when did SCOTUS live actually? Because he's one of these like Aquinas characters in the Middle Ages. Is that right?
Following Aquinas, a 12th century, I believe, maybe 13th. 12th or 13th.
Yeah, so he's a little bit on the older side in terms of like distance from us. And it was also defended by Timothy O'Connor, which he's also a really good philosopher that people should be aware of, Timothy O'Connor. So there you go. All right, that one is SCOTUS's modal cosmological argument. What number are we on? We're on number 17. I'm going to see my goal, as I just made this goal up, is that every 10 arguments or so, I'm going to see if I can just do 10 push-ups every 10 arguments. Okay. And then when I like completely run out of steam, it's just that's what happens.
Yeah, all right, bear in mind too, I guess it deserves repeating that these first two categories are the most technical and complex. It gets easier, just as a reminder. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of really cool stuff that you've probably never heard of or ever seen. So all of it is worth. I mean, people who are watching this, this is just my hunch, my guess. People who are watching this are just eating all of this stuff up. This is all like, I hope so. Yeah, this. I mean, even for me, and I'm sitting here doing it with you. Like this is just. I live for this kind of stuff. So James Ross's, this is another one I haven't heard of, modal cosmological argument. I feel like I should let you read this one again. You're just covering so much ground that I'm not familiar with.
It is impossible that anything prevent the existence of God. That just is conceptually true. I agree with that. God. Yeah. For every individual X, if it is a fact that X exists or a fact that X does not exist, it is possible that there is an explanation for the fact that X exists, for the fact that X exists. That must be a typo. And the fact that X does not exist. That's a version of the PSR. So suppose for reductio that God does not exist. 4, it is possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist. 5, it is not possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist. 6, it is and is not possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist, which is a contradiction. So we reject the premise that we assumed, which is 3, God does not exist. And so it's false that God does not exist.
That one is super confusing to me. I'd have to think about that a lot. Well, this one, James Ross, right? That's the guy so 1969 is when he developed this. Oh, and then we see Richard Gale again. So did he defend this argument in this resource that you've listed?
He's got a critical assessment of it, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, let's move on. So argument number 18, Christopher Weaver's modal cosmological argument.
Let's skip this argument because it's virtually identical to Rasmussen and Weaver's argument in the 24 or so volumes. So let's just go ahead and skip
which is coming up
to
soon,
that.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
I outlined Weaver's argument before I read that paper and I said, oh, it's basically the same argument. So
I think you actually used the same number here too. So it's 18. We were still in the same argument.
Yeah, so I didn't count it as a separate argument for that reason.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It is possible that there's a purely contingent totality event that has a cause. It is impossible. Well, first of all, events are things that contain only contingent things, according to them. So why I think one is true? Well, they give 3 reasons. Follows from a general principle of causality. There's nothing about a totality of purely contingent events that's different from other purely contingent events. It's inductively safe. It's conceivable. Whatever's conceivable is possible. So they give some arguments for 1. Okay, premise 2. It is impossible that a cause of a purely contingent totality event is purely contingent. 3, if 1 and 2, then it's possible that there is a cause that isn't purely contingent. 4, if 3, then there is a necessary thing that can be a cause. And so 5, there is a necessary thing that can be a cause.
All right. And the resource for that one is a very recent book that came out. I've actually, I did a whole thing on it, a whole video on that book, 24 or so arguments for God's existence. And what we decided, Chad, was we just wanted to like completely make that look bad. So we wanted to do a whole series on 150 arguments. So way more than 24. Way more than 24. Sorry,
24
planning.
Well, hold my beer.
Yeah, there was a joke. I think Callum Miller, and you were doing something on Facebook. Anyways, that's completely beside the point. But go read this article. It's also available, I think, on Josh Rasmussen's site, or it may be available on Weaver's. I'm not sure, but you can probably get that one for free if you just search for it. Okay, Pruss and Rasmussen's modal cosmological argument. Let me take this one. I'll read this one. All right, premise 1. For any positive state of affairs that can begin to obtain, it is possible for there to be something external to it that causes it to obtain. Feel free to like add anything that you want, because you've been doing that as you have been listing out the arguments. Number 2, it is possible for there to be a beginning of the positive state of affairs of its being the case that there exist contingent concrete things. Premise 3, if 1 and 2 are true, then it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing. Premise 4, so it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing. 5, it is possible that there is if it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing, then there is a necessary concrete thing. And then the conclusion, so there is a necessary concrete thing.
Yep, and details for that argument are in the same book we mentioned, Necessary Existence. That's chapter 4.
There you go. All right,
okay,
Descartes.
Descartes' cosmological argument. This requires a little bit of explanation here because he's got some terminology. So premise 1 is there must be in the cause of an idea at least as much formal reality as the idea contains objective reality. Now, what he means by objective reality is the idea as it is represented in the mind. Now, a formal reality, by contrast, is the object's actual extramental reality. So here's an example. An idea, according to Descartes, is like a painting. The objective reality is the painting itself, whereas the formal reality is what the painting is of in the world, like the landscape, the actual landscape. So the formal reality of the painting is more real than the objective reality of the painting. And the objective reality can never be as great or as perfect as the thing itself. Okay, so 2, I have the idea of God. 3, my idea of God is the effect of some cause. 4, the idea of God has an infinite objective reality. So the idea of God has a cause with infinite formal reality. No finite substance, such as myself, can be the cause of my idea of God. Only an infinite substance can be the cause of my idea of God, so God exists. Now, if you want to simplify it down to bare bones, it would be, I have an idea of a perfect being, God. Ideas, like other things, have causes, some by other ideas, some by extramental realities the ideas are of. 3, my idea of God cannot have been caused by other ideas of my own. And the idea here is that the idea of God is innate in me. I am implicitly aware of God as a perfect being because I am aware of myself as an imperfect being. So the conclusion is, so my idea of God is caused by the extramental reality it is an idea of, namely that which actually possesses perfection, God. Complicated argument, but once you understand the scholastic terminology he uses, it's pretty interesting.
Okay, so a couple things. So first of all, I'm about to do 10 more push-ups. Second thing, I wanted to reiterate to everybody that we're going to do something at the very end of this, which is really important. So if as you're going through and you're hearing some of these arguments, you're like, that's not really a good argument, that's super weak. There's actually some interesting implications that can be drawn if we consider all of these arguments to be weak, which is just stick around until the end for that to happen. Okay, that out of the way, let me do some more push-ups.
Well, before you do your push-ups, we got one more cosmological argument to cover.
Okay, so then I've got to do 11.
It's the most powerful cosmological argument of the whole bunch.
Okay.
You ready? It's the cosmological argument, in fact.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, there you go.
Premise 1, everything has a cause. 2, if everything has a cause, then the universe has a cause. So the universe has a cause, and it's God. There you go. And for the resources here, you can find this argument defended by no one, ever. There you go.
Some of you will get that, some of you won't. All right, here we go. 11. No, because that wasn't one, so I'll just do 10.
Okay.
I'm not going to count out loud. I'm just going to do it. All right, now it's time to take this jacket off. Okay. There you go.
That's 20 push-ups. There were 20 cosmological arguments. That's 20 push-ups.
20 so far. Would you like to take a break? We're going to be doing that a couple times throughout the stream. You ready to start back up?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. So we're at ontological arguments. So let me go ahead and pull up our slides again, and we'll get started with the next section. Here we go. Ontological arguments. So this one, we're on argument number 21, and this one is from Anselm. So I think it works best because it seems like you've got something to say about like every single one of these. So I feel like it's best if you just read them. What do you think?
Okay, well, some of them are pretty simple, so I could just say, hey, why don't you take this one when we come to a pretty simple one. And in fact, rather than go through this sort of more faithful to the text version of Anselm's argument, and this is the classic ontological argument from Anselm in Proslogion 2, let's just skip that one and go to the sort of simplified version next. There we go.
Is that what this one is? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll read this one. A being, then which no greater can be conceived, exists at least in the mind. Premise 2, it is greater to exist in reality than to exist only in the mind. 3, so a being which no greater can be conceived exists not only in the mind but also in reality. And then the conclusion, so God exists.
There you go. Classic Anselmian ontological argument.
Yeah, this is actually the version of the ontological argument that most atheists on YouTube actually target, which is interesting, as we're going to see, because there's so many different versions. They kind of attack the oldest and the easiest to respond to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so jumping forward from Anselm to Descartes, it is a famous quote by Descartes, which is that I clearly see that existence can no more be separated from the essence of God than can its having 3 angles equal to 2 right angles be separated from the essence of a triangle, or the idea of a mountain from the idea of a valley. So there is no less absurdity in thinking of a God, a supremely perfect being, who lacks existence, than in thinking of a mountain without a valley. And so he gives this argument. Premise 1. That'd be next slide there.
Sorry, there we go.
Yeah, if I cannot conceive of X without Y, then Y belongs to the nature of X. 2, I cannot conceive of a supremely perfect being without existence. So existence belongs to the nature of a supremely perfect being. 4, if existence belongs to the nature of a supremely perfect being, then a supremely perfect being exists. 5, a supremely perfect being exists. More or less included because of its historical importance. And I should note that Spinoza and Leibniz also had their own spins on the ontological argument, but their versions look pretty similar to Descartes' just outlined. So let's go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Now, just if you're interested in the history here, it's interesting that most philosophers thought the Anselmian argument we just covered just was the ontological argument until it was around the 1960s. Malcolm, what was his first name? Was it Ian Malcolm?
I'm the wrong person. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask. Sorry.
Malcolm published a paper where he argued that there's a distinct ontological argument separate from the one we just covered, which is more plausible and it's better. And this is in the literature. It's called, it's kind of referred to as Malcolm's bombshell argument, where he launched discussion of Anselm's other argument in Proslogion 3, not the argument in Proslogion 2. So we can skip the more complicated formulation and go straight to the simplified formulation, where Plantinga and others sort of distill the Anselm's other argument down into this. Either God's existence is logically impossible or it is logically necessary. If God's existence is logically impossible, the concept of God is contradictory. The concept of God is not contradictory. So God's existence is logically necessary. And you see here, this ontological argument is starting to push into more contemporary terrain, which we'll get into. Okay. Hartshorne. Now, he had his own formulation of Anselm's other argument, And it's amusing that in the literature, Hartshorne actually published a paper, or was a book, where he said, no, there are these two distinct arguments in Anselm. There's the argument of Proslogion 2, and there's this distinct argument in Proslogion 3. Well, poor Hartshorne, he didn't get credit for noticing these distinct arguments, and Malcolm stole poor Hartshorne's thunder. So if you read Hartshorne's writings after Malcolm gets all the credit, he's clearly bothered by this and has a grudge, so, which is kind of a funny like academic drama that happened in the history of ontological arguments, at least contemporary history. So Hartshorne's formulation, it's complicated. Thankfully, Robert Maydal has a nice simplification. His reconstruction is as follows. It's possible that a perfect being exists. Necessarily, if a perfect being exists, then a perfect being necessarily exists, so a perfect being exists. Okay, so to continue the drama, we have Hartshorne discovering Anselm's other argument in Proslogion 3, and Malcolm gets all the credit for it. A.D. Smith comes along and publishes a book called Anselm's Other Argument, where he discovers a third argument in Anselm, and it goes like this. This is the next slide here. If anything that cannot be conceived to be caused can be conceived to exist, it actually exists. God can be conceived to exist, but cannot be conceived to be caused. Therefore, God actually exists. And he gives some modifications later on that we can skip. If you're interested in this argument, look at A.D. Smith's book, Anselm's Other Argument. You know, when I was writing my dissertation, I was reading this book of his, and I wrote up this long email asking clarificatory questions on some things he was saying in one of the chapters. And it was very well written. I'd done my due diligence and research and reading this book, and I was about ready to send it off to him. And I looked up his email address and discovered that he had passed away. So, so you can't always check to see if the person's still alive before you send them the email.
Fortunately, well, the next guy that we're talking about is still alive, Plantinga, Alvin Plantinga, and yeah, why don't you? Well, I'll read this one. I'll read this one. I'm fairly familiar with his version.
Let's just define some crucial terms here. Maximal excellence is a being has maximal excellence if it's omniscient, omnipotent, and perfectly good. A being has maximal greatness if it has maximal excellence in all possible worlds. Okay.
All right, with that out of the way, or with those definitions out there, there is a possible world in which a maximally great being exists. 2, if there is a possible world in which a maximally great being exists, then a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, including the actual world. And then the conclusion, so a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, including the actual world.
The key insight that Plantinga is known for when it comes to the ontological argument, you know, the objection to ontological arguments, the biggest objection is that, oh, existence is not a perfection. You can't infer that God exists from the idea that existence is greater. Well, Plantinga's key insight is that, well, fine, existence might not be a perfection, but necessary existence is. So that's his key insight. And granted that, you can distill modern ontological arguments into a very, very simple argument that has basically just one premise, and it's that God possibly exists. Because if God exists, it's pretty much universally agreed that God exists necessarily. But it follows immediately in two modal systems, modal system S5 and B, that if something is possibly necessary, it is necessary. So if God possibly exists, God exists. So we have the simplified, broken down, as simple as you can get, possibly God exists, so God exists. And the contemporary discussion on ontological arguments takes this basically for granted. It says, yes, this is what it boils down to. Does God possibly exist? And we have arguments for and against that key possibility premise, possibly God exists. But as a good faith gesture, if you're not convinced that it follows that God exists from it's even being possible that God exists, here are two ways to derive that. Next slide. So the first way is in S5, and the second way is in the weaker system, B. And it's kind of puzzling. You know, a lot of the cosmological arguments we looked at earlier depend on S5, as do ontological arguments, but I don't see many philosophers appealing to B instead of S5. S5 is much stronger than B. Usually you go for something weaker than what's stronger. So it's kind of a curiosity. Why don't they appeal to B instead of S5? So yeah, that's where we're at. If you want to go to the next slide, all the action right now in ontology. How far should I back up?
So well, let me just let everyone know that we're back. My software crashed. It's been crashing a lot more lately, so I apologize about that. But good thing is that normally I can pull it back up fairly quickly. So you were talking about, I think you were talking about, well, now I don't know.
Okay, well, the contemporary state of the discussion for the ontological argument is how to defend that key possibility premise, possibly God exists. And there are there are two ways you could do this. One is by offering what I'm going to call a defense, and the other is by offering what I'll call a demonstration. You actually try to prove that it's possible that God exists, rather than just argue, give an argument for why it's possible that God exists. Arguments for the possibility premise, which we'll look at. We have Pruss's motivational center of our lives defense. We have Benjamin Arber's cumulative credence raiser argument. We have the axiarchic defense, ontomystical defense. We'll look at all those. And then we have, lastly, a phenomenal defense, which I couldn't resist putting in there because it's my own defense, which just got accepted for publication. So if I could run through that really quickly. So the phenomenal defense depends on a view in philosophy just known as phenomenal conservatism, which is that if it appears to you that P, then you're prima facie justified in believing P. Now, this applies, I argue that this applies to appearances of possibility too, but with a qualification. So if something appears possible to you, that just means that you don't see anything contradictory or unclear about it. But if something appears impossible to you, then presumably you do see something contradictory or unclear about it. So here's an example. Suppose there is a barber who shaves all and only those men in town who do not shave themselves. You might think, well, that seems possible. That appears possible. But when you think about it a little bit harder, you start running into troubles. If the barber who's a man in town does not shave himself, well, then that means he must shave himself, which is a contradiction. Okay, so hence I propose the following modal principle. I am prima facie justified at face value, in believing P is possible based on its appearing possible to me, if and only if it's reasonable to believe that if P were impossible, it would probably appear impossible upon further reflection, just like in the barber example. So I apply this to the ontological argument and say, look, it appears possible that God exists. It's reasonable for me to believe that if it were impossible that God exists, it would probably appear to me that it's impossible that God exists upon further reflection, but it doesn't. When I further reflect on God's existence, nothing seems impossible or unclear about that, contradictory about that, so I'm justified in believing God possibly exists.
That's super interesting.
That's my own defense, yeah.
Man, I wish we need to do a whole episode just on that, to be honest.
Ah, yeah, that'd be fun. So yeah, cool. You can see that it's coming out in International Journal for Philosophy and Religion.
All right, and let's see if we can get through some of these others a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so now let's move on to demonstrations of the possibility premise, and we have Gödel's attempted demonstration. Let's do this because it's important. Okay, so it depends on some definitions and some axioms, and he derives from the definitions and axioms 3 theorems, T1, T2, T3. And rather than go through all of those, let me just say that T1, T2, and T3 do follow from the definitions and axioms. No one disputes this. This has been demonstrated many times over, even by computers, okay? So T1 and T1, T2, T3 follow from the definitions and A1 through A5. The question is whether the axioms are true. And
yeah, because the definitions are just like you can just make any kind of definition that you want.
Right. And so the drama really concerns the first two axioms. What is a positive property? That's the question. And is it a property that's better to have than not? Is it a property that doesn't detract from excellence, but its opposite does? So there's some debate here about that. Well, Alexander Pruss, of course, he has a simplified version of Gödel's argument, which just depends on three axioms. If you want to move on to this next slide. So there you have some resources on Gödel's argument. So Pruss's improvement just depends on those three axioms, which jointly entail the theorem there is a necessarily existing being that essentially has P, which is all positive properties. So there you go. So Gödel's main insight is that, oh, we can prove that God possibly exists by this idea that he has all positive perfections. MODAL follows suit with his own argument to this effect. And this is his celebrated modal perfection argument, which is in the Blackwell Companion. He has two definitions here. Property is a perfection only if it is necessarily better to have than not. Something has a property of being supreme if and only if it's impossible for something to be greater and impossible for there to be something else than which is not greater. Okay, so from these two definitions, he has this argument: a property is a perfection only if its negation is not. Perfections entail only perfections. The property of being supreme is a perfection. So it's possible that a supreme being exists. And he derives 4 in Gödelian fashion from 1 through 3. So 1 through 3 jointly entail 4. 5, if it is possible that a supreme being exists, a supreme being exists. 6, so a supreme being exists. What's noteworthy about MODAL's argument is that it doesn't depend on S5 or B like the other arguments do. He instead appeals to what's called the Barkin formula in modal logic, which is that if possibly something has F, then there is something that is possibly F. That's the Barkin formula in kind of a rough way. So he derives 5 using the Barkin formula. And so he concludes that a supreme being exists. And if you want to go to the next slide, I'll just show you his derivation. That's how he does it. So premise 2 there is the Barkin formula. And he's off and running. So there you go.
Yeah, this is all just super easy stuff. Everyone should just be able to read this logical notation with no problems.
Look, I mean, if you were to write these premises out in English, it would be ridiculous. You wouldn't even be able to like hold some of these premises in your mind. It's like just doing a math equation. You know, you just the important thing is just showing validity. Is just showing that you can derive a conclusion from formal assumptions and premises. Okay.
All right.
So, yeah, Bernstein's argument, which again is a demonstration of the possibility premise or an attempted one, he defines a perfection as a property that in no way detracts from a being's greatness, but its complement does, its opposite does. So he has this argument. Suppose for reductio, it's impossible that something has all perfections. If it is impossible that something has all perfections, then there is a perfection that is sufficient for not having that some, let me restart that. 2, if it's impossible that something has all perfections, then there is a perfection that is sufficient for not having some other perfection, namely the one with which it is inconsistent. If a property is sufficient for not having some perfection, then that property is sufficient for being imperfect. If a property is sufficient for being imperfect, then it is not a perfection. So there is some perfection that is sufficient for not having some perfection, follows from 1 and 2. So there is some perfection that is sufficient for being imperfect, 3 and 5. And then we have a contradiction here. There is some perfection that is not a perfection. And so that means our starting assumption must have been false. And so we can conclude possibly something has all perfections.
All right, so we're at argument number 30. Is this a good place to pause and do some more push-ups?
There's one argument left for ontological, so let's get that one out of the way.
Let's wait. Okay. Yeah, and so here's the further resources for that one from Bernstein. All right,
Okay,
Nagasawa's. Then this one is the most recent, from what I understand.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. And Nagasawa's main insight is this. It's that we shouldn't start with separate ideas of what it means to be omniscient, what it means to be omnipotent, or morally perfect, and so on, and then add all those concepts together to get God. He says instead, we should just define God as the being that has the maximum consistent set of knowledge, power, goodness, and so on. So whatever being has that maximally consistent set, that is God. So he defines two properties: real maximal excellence, which is having the maximal consistent set of knowledge, power, and goodness, and real maximal greatness, which is real maximal excellence in every possible world. And he has this argument. It runs exactly like Plantinga's argument, except that we avoid the problem of whether or not the concept of God is logically consistent, because that's just built into the argument now. There's a possible world in which a real maximal great being exists. That's just now true by definition. Here's a way to illustrate Nagasawa's point. When I was in middle school, I played. I'm a big wrestling fan, pro wrestling fan. I played this. I forget which one was out then. I think it was just called like SmackDown or something. But the SmackDown game, you could create your own character, and you could make him super fast. You could make him super strong. You could make him super agile, and super tough. And of course, being the middle school boy I went in there. I immediately like maxed out strength. Like, yeah, I want the strongest guy possible. But it became obvious pretty quickly when I tried to play the character that he was just some big lumbering oaf. He couldn't really move around much, and he was just like slow, and he'd fall over easily, but he was super powerful. So what you would do then is go back to create your player mode, and then you would decrease strength in tandem with increasing agility, speed, and so forth until you reach some maximum of each of the individual characteristics for an ideal character. So that's basically what Nagasawa is doing here. He's saying rather than maximize each individual attribute, let's just bring them all down to wherever they're at, wherever they need to be to all be sort of mutually consistent.
Seems to me like the question then would be like, would that being, whatever that being is, would that being exist necessarily?
Exist necessarily? Yeah, maybe my question would be, well, what if the maximally consistent set of attributes is just really unimpressive? What if it's just like what if it amounts to like no more than like a Zeus type being, you know? Would we consider that God at that point? And I asked Eugen about this actually in preparation, and he said, well, it's on the atheist, it's on the critic to show that the maximally consistent set of attributes would be a very unimpressive non-godlike being. So, okay.
I should also mention that I've had Eugen, and I should know his name, but it's escaping me because I'm already starting to get fatigued from this. But Eugen actually co-wrote an article. Mike Almeida, there it is. Mike Almeida co-wrote an article that's on Capturing Christianity right now, which you can go capturingchristianity.com and you can read the article that they wrote for Capturing Christianity that is along the same lines. Actually, the name of it is called A Faultless Modal Ontological Argument, I believe. But you can look that up, and it's along the same lines. Super, super interesting. If you're interested in ontological arguments, I highly recommend checking it out. All right, so are we, design arguments. So why don't we go ahead and I'll take my break and do some push-ups. So I think I've got, I owe 11 push-ups. So here we go. You know, you don't have to be quiet while I'm doing this. You can like, say something. Or...
Yeah, we hear you breathing heavily.
I like. There's no reason for me to be this tired after 30 push-ups. There's no reason at all. All right. Well, I think it's the push-ups combined with the mental fatigue that's already setting in?
My brain has just been fried in preparing for this. I've been waking up in the morning, I'm like, oh, I got to do more theistic arguments. But it's all right.
There's so many. All right, here we go. The argument from Bananas. Nice.
Yeah, all right. So that's our first design arguments. Consider a banana. Okay, just kidding. We have Aquinas' fifth way. So that one might be lost on some people too. Okay, Aquinas' fifth way. Whatever has ends or goals is either intelligent or is directed by intelligence. Efficient causes in nature have ends or goals and work together towards the goal of harmony and order. 3, efficient causes in nature are not intelligent. So efficient causes in nature are directed by intelligence. You know, Cameron, I had notes, brief notes, along with all of these arguments that would sketch what the main justification is for the key premise. But I'm thinking, unless you request it at this point, I guess we should just move on. What do you think?
Let's move on. And what if you can send me those notes. I don't know if you've got them in a format that I can share with people, but that might be a solution. Is I could share that along with the slides for people.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it bothers me that, you know, outlining an argument, one premise of an argument would just be like, oh, why would you ever think that's true? It's like, well, I have the justification here. I want to share it real quick, but
yeah,
you know, we should have probably just separated out. Okay, let's have an episode on just cosmological arguments, just ontological arguments, you know, things like that.
Well, this is just the beginning. We can do a lot of different things with this.
Okay, so Etienne Gilson, that's the quote there illustrating justification for the main premise of Aquinas' argument there. And we have a simplified version, which is just that, next slide, intelligence underlies teleology. There is irreducible teleology immanent to the natural world and in all throughout the natural world, so intelligence underlies the natural world. Okay. Design in biology. Let's begin with the origin of organic life. I don't know about you, Cameron, but when I was in high school, they were still teaching the Miller experiment. Did they teach that to you in high school?
I don't remember actually. What is that experiment?
The Miller experiment, oh, let's see if I can remember it, is an experiment. The main guy was named Miller, but he had some solution that they thought resembled like the prebiotic soup of Earth's early atmosphere.
I don't think I have no clue if I was taught it, but I remember hearing about it.
And so what he did is just basically shoot like bolts of electricity into this prebiotic suit, and he was able to synthesize amino acids. And this was touted as being this groundbreaking experiment that is a clue to how life originated, which has since just been completely abandoned. Like no one defends the Miller experiment anymore. But I asked around, and apparently it is still taught in high schools. I can't believe that. I couldn't believe that it's still taught in high schools. Anyway, we have an argument in biology from organic life. Given what we know, complex organic life in the universe could not have originated naturalistically. If given what we know, complex organic life could not have originated naturalistically, it's reasonable to believe that it originated supernaturalistically. So it's reasonable to believe that complex organic life originated supernaturalistically. And so we have some resources here. There's a classic book, Thaxton, Bradley, and Olson's The Mystery of Life's Origin, which is dated, and Meyer's Signature in a Cell, in some respects, is an intended update of Mystery of Life's Origin. And so there you go. All right, we have Hugh Chandler's divine intervention argument. Now, for this, you need to sort of begin by imagining Earth before there was life. Now you can run the argument. So just imagine Earth, no life, and now let's think. Given that God intervenes to produce life on Earth, there is no chance at all that there will be no life on Earth. The probability of the conjunct God intervenes to produce life on Earth and life does not occur is 0. Okay, that seems true. 2, if God does not intervene to produce life on Earth, the probability that life will occur here is very low. 3, it is just as reasonable to bet that God will intervene to produce life on Earth as that he won't. the subjective probability here is around 50-50. Let's just take that for argument. Pretty conservative assumption there. But there will be life on Earth. We know that because there is life on Earth. So it's very likely that God will intervene to produce life on Earth. It's a probability argument for God's producing life on Earth.
Yeah,
interesting argument. And you can find this defended in Faith and Philosophy.
Nice.
It's interesting because it's a purely philosophical argument for the origin of life, for the theistic origin of life. It doesn't depend on any empirical science. Okay, so design and biology. We have organic structures. Well, here, let me just bust some myths about Hume and Paley. I was taught almost all introduction to philosophy texts. They treat the design argument before Hume, and then they present Hume as just demolishing Paley's design argument. But in fact, Hume wrote after Paley, not before. Oh, well, that's how they present. Hume wrote after Paley, not before. But in fact, Paley wrote before Hume. No, I'm sorry, after Hume, in cognizance of what Hume had written. So he developed his design argument, having already read Hume's criticisms. So this idea that Hume read Paley and refuted Paley, which is how it's always presented, is just totally mistaken. So there's this sort of vulgar version of Paley's design argument, which is culled from the opening chapters of his book on natural theology, which they present it as an analogical argument. It'll go like this: some things in nature resemble human artifacts. 2, human artifacts are the product of intentional design. 3, so we should infer that things in nature that resemble human artifacts are also products of intentional design. If there are things in nature that are the products of intentional design, God exists, so God exists. And as an analogical arguments in general are pretty weak, so it's not difficult to poke a lot of holes in this, as Hume, or at least as you can gather that Hume does. But what more careful scholars on Paley's design argument have pointed out is that a more faithful version of Paley's argument isn't really analogical, it's deductive. And it would go like this: if X is design-like, then X can only be the product of intentional design. Some things in nature are design-like, so those things are products of intentional design. And a contemporary version, a defense of Paley, would be Michael Behe style arguments from irreducibly complex organisms.
All right, let's just keep chugging along. We're on to Pruss's analogical design argument.
Okay, so Pruss has this argument: DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program. Intentionally designed computer programs have intelligent designers. So if DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program, it too probably has an intelligent designer. So DNA probably has an intelligent designer. And he's got a lot of interesting arguments in defense of this argument. Design and biology, and here we have information. Information here just means specified complexity, a complex arrangement or a pattern that has function or that has meaning. Okay, and the argument would go: information is inherent to the building blocks of life. So it's not like Pruss said that there's something like information. No, this argument says, no, there is information inherent to the building blocks of life. Information is the product of intelligence. If information is inherent to the building blocks of life, then the building blocks of life themselves are the byproduct of intelligence. So the building blocks of life are the byproduct of intelligence. And building blocks would be things like genes expressions, proteins, DNA, and so forth. And, this is a pretty widely held belief. Bill Gates actually is often quoted as saying DNA is like a software program, only it's one that's infinitely more complex than even the most complex software programs that we have. So it's pretty much taken for granted that DNA might not just be like information, it is information.
This is actually a lot of fun because I'm more interested in cosmological arguments and even ontological arguments. So it's fun to see some of these from biology, as the way that they've been developed for God's existence. It's interesting to me. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah. I have some other notes here, but we'll skip those. Let's go to Tenet's argument from Cosmic Teleology. And Tenet, F.R. Tenet, he was the Richard Swinburne of the early 20th century. His work is just incredible. And he, in many ways, his arguments foreshadow or anticipates almost all of Swinburne's arguments. So we have 1. The universe is conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings in many ways. And he has these 6 different ways. There's just one universe with necessary ingredients for life. Those ingredients have come together, at least in one place on Earth, to make an environment not just habitable, but conducive to flourishing. Some of those world's flourishing inhabitants find the world intelligible. Being intelligible, they also find it beautiful. And all of these facts together suggest the unfolding of a plan behind which there is purposive intelligence. So all these facts are all facts about the universe, which make it conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings. So 2, if the universe is conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings in many ways, then it should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent moral agents designed by God. So the universe should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent moral agents designed by God. And the other remarkable thing about this argument is he was ahead of his time in that it presupposes compatibility with evolution. Almost no one prior to Tenet was making design arguments that presuppose compatibility with evolution. So there you go. Fine-tuning arguments. So we have fundamental constants and laws of the universe.
Yeah, now these design arguments I'm way more familiar with.
Yeah,
design arguments from biology I'm way less familiar.
So we have examples of the fundamental constants and laws of the universe: fine structure constant, electromagnetic interaction, alpha, gravitation, the weak nuclear force, proton-electron mass ratio, density and speed of the expansion of the universe. And we have examples of fine-tuning, which I'm sure most of your viewers will be very familiar with. So maybe it'd be better, rather than to go through these examples, they can just pause it later and look at them.
Good idea.
And we have several different ways we could run a fine-tuning argument based on this data. One would be by elimination. The fine-tuning of the universe is either due to chance, physical necessity, or design. It's not due to either chance or necessity, so it's due to design. And that, of course, is Craig's favored way of formulating the argument, which
there's
got
actually
from,
some. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, and then I'll add.
Yeah,
something.
well, he got that way of formulating it from William Dembski's book, The Design Inference.
I was just going to say that this version actually has some benefits that not many people know about, and so there's one in particular I'm thinking about right now, which is in the other versions, like you see from Robin Collins and even I think Luke Barnes might be susceptible to this. Is that there's this question in the problem of evil literature about skeptical theism. So skeptical theism is this idea that we can't really be confident about what God would do in this world in terms of like what he would allow, what kind of horrendous evils he would allow and whatnot. So there's this question of like, how much do we really know about what God would intend or would do? And so this actually, if we think about that response to the problem of evil in terms of a response to these kind of design arguments, which seem to look at what God is intending to do with nature, then it would seem to actually cut both ways. So it would make us skeptical about these arguments from evil, but then it would also seem to make us skeptical about these arguments from design because we're not really sure what God's intentions are. But I wanted to, the reason why I'm even bringing this out and talking about this is because this version, I studied this a couple years back, and I discovered that this version by Craig is kind of clever because it doesn't actually involve that at all. It just says fine-tuning of the universe is either due to chance, physical necessity, or design. Fine-tuning is not due to either chance or physical necessity, so fine-tuning is due to design. So what's sort of interesting about this version of the fine-tuning argument is that it avoids all those types of concerns, which is interesting. And it's very... Craig is very careful when he formulates his arguments because this is completely compatible with his views on the problem of evil and what he thinks we can or can't know about God's desires. So I just wanted to point that out.
So,
it's kind of a side point.
If we compare that to the other formulations, which all have as a central point that given that the universe permits the existence of intelligent, conscious agents, despite how easily it might not have, that significantly raises the probability of theism being true. And so the first one is just a quick Bayes argument. The probability that we have the evidence of fine-tuning, given our background knowledge, K, and theism is false, is very low. The probability that we have this evidence, if theism is true, is very high. So that means that the probability that theism is true is much more likely than its probability that's not being true given the evidence. So the probability of theism being true given the evidence is high. And alternatively,
all right, so I was just going to say we're at another 10. So is it time or should we wait?
Go ahead, because there are a handful of design arguments to get to yet.
Okay.
Well, let's finish Collins. Let's finish Collins. He likes to simplify it to just the following: the probability that we have the evidence for fine tuning given the naturalistic. I have a typo here. K should be E. No, I'm sorry. K is right. K is the universe permits the existence of embodied conscious agents. So
I'm telling you, man, this mental exhaustion is setting in. It is
I know, me too.
I'm like,
so that is so the probability that the universe permits the existence of embodied conscious agents, given naturalism and there's only one universe, is very, very low. It's much lower than 1, but it's not unlikely given theism. So the evidence confirms theism over naturalism. All right, so go ahead and do your 10 push-ups.
Have we? So does that exhaust Collins? I don't think
I've got
it does.
one more from Collins, but go ahead.
Okay, you're eager. You're like eager to see me do these. Okay.
I want to get you working out here.
Thank you. And also, this time you don't have to be so quiet, so people don't just like awkwardly listen to my breathing.
Well, I would count, but I can't. I can hardly see your shoulders.
Can't see me. Yeah. Oh, could you see it when I was
briefly?
Move this out of the way.
There you go.
So you can maybe see it like when I come. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe if I move that out of the way. Okay. All right. There you go. Yeah.
1, 2. There we see it. 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 2.
You like for sure made me lose my spot. I have no idea how many I did just then.
Hey, you asked.
Yeah.
All right. Idea. Catch your breath. And this next argument from Collins is really cool. It's the fine-tuning for discoverability. Okay, so the idea is that of all the possible values fundamental physical constants could assume, there's a tiny range that permit the existence of embodied conscious agents. And we can call that the anthropic range, okay?
While you're talking, I've got to go get some more water. So, but everyone can hear you. Don't worry about it.
Got it. Now, within the anthropic range, there's an even tinier range of values that the physical constants could assume that would make the universe optimal for scientific discovery and investigation. And he calls this the discoverability optimality range. And so an example would be the universe has relatively low entropy all throughout. But embodied conscious agents need only a relatively small regional pocket of low entropy in order to exist. So the universe doesn't have to have low entropy all throughout for us to exist. Yet the general low entropy of the universe all throughout makes the universe optimal for observational discoveries in astrophysics and cosmology. So examples like that give Collins a new argument, a new kind of fine-tuning argument. It would go like this. The values of certain physical constants fall within the discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range. If naturalism is true, it is enormously improbable that the values of certain physical constants would fall within the discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range. But if theism is true, it's not at all improbable that the values of certain physical constants would fall within the discoverability optimality range. So the values of certain physical constants would fall within this discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range strongly confirms theism over naturalism. The main idea is just being that, look, God didn't just create a universe that was minimally sufficient for our existence. There seem to be features of the universe that are perks, I guess, that they're not just necessary. There are things on top of what's necessary that make it very convenient to do science and to observe the world and so forth.
Okay, and then I've already got this pulled up actually here. Fine-tuning for discoverability. It's in the 24 or so arguments for God that we're just completely one-upping in this stream. So
So the next argument, maybe we don't need to infer design at all. Biologists themselves say organisms appear or look designed. Not that we're inferring that they're designed, but that's just how they appear. So some philosophers have argued that, look, if X appears design-like, then X is justifiably taken to be the product of intentional design. Some things in nature do appear designed, so they're justifiably taken to be the products of design. And so you have Richard Dawkins famously opening his book, The Blind Watchmaker, by defining biology as the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed. And you have Crick saying that biologists must constantly keep in mind that what they see is not designed, but rather evolved. We just, if you take the principle that, look, if how something appears is evidence of how it is, these things in nature appear designed, so that's evidence that they are designed. And you could run an argument from design in biology or from, the cosmos in general with this sort of reasoning.
All right, and there you go. Some resources on that one. Oh, wow. We're already to moral arguments. Wow. Cool.
Yeah, we're hitting a stride, so we can.
Yeah, that's good. I think I think you're right. We're kind of getting in a groove here. Yeah. Would you like to take a break, or how are you feeling?
I'm
cool.
good.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, moral arguments, which take particular or general facts about morality to support the existence of God. Generic argument from the objectivity of morality. Generally, if morality is objective, or morality can be objective only if God exists. Morality is objective, so God exists. We're all familiar with this sort of argument from Craig. So we can go to an abductive version of this argument, which is just
which more people should be aware of.
Yeah. Morality is objective. If morality is objective, then God's the best explanation for it being objective. So God's the best explanation for it being objective, so probably God exists. And you could support that by saying, look, morality always seems to be tied to persons. If morality is objective, that means it must be tied to a person whose nature is objective some way. So there's different ways you could defend the main premise of that argument.
David Baggett's a good person to look at for that one.
Yes, definitely. Okay, we have arguments from evil for the existence of God. We have the first one, the normative implications of evil. Evil contrastively implies that there is a way the world ought to be. Some actually come close to defining evil this way as a deviation or distortion or corruption of the way things are supposed to be. But if that's true, then there's a way the world ought to be. But there can be a way the world ought to be only if there's an intention or goal or purpose behind it. So there is an intention or goal or purpose behind the world. If that's true, then that can be true only if God exists, so God exists.
I can see what you mean, how some of these arguments can fall into multiple categories, because I'm looking at some of the terms here and it looks like it could fall under the design category too.
Yes, and you'll see that even more with some of the arguments going forward. Evil as privation. Evil is a privation of goodness. It's like, the common analogy is it's like light and darkness. Evil's not primary. It doesn't have like some positive ontological status. Rather, it's a deviation or corruption or something to that effect of what is good. So evil is privation. If evil is a privation of goodness, goodness is ontologically and explanatorily prior to evil. If goodness is ontologically and explanatorily prior to evil, then there's more goodness in the world than evil, as being the main premise. If there's more goodness in the world than evil, probably God exists, so probably God exists. Now, the clever thing here is that 4 is just the converse of the problem of evil. So skeptics would argue that if there's more evil in the world than good, then probably God does not exist. Well, this just flips this around and says there's probably more goodness in the world than evil if evil is understood as privation. Okay, so from horrendous evils, some evils are so bad that they seem to have a non-naturalistic dimension to them. I mean, some evils are just so objectively appalling and horrendous that they seem to have cosmic or spiritual significance. They seem satanic almost, or to require hell. They provoke existential outrage, shaking one's fist at heaven, that sort of thing. Okay, so if and reading up on this particular argument, some of the examples of horrendous evils I encountered were just so, I mean, I won't be able to get them out of my mind for a long time. So if one, then we're justified in thinking that they do have a non-naturalistic dimension to them. The best explanation of their being evil so horrendous that they have a non-naturalistic dimension is that good and evil have a deep spiritual significance. So probably good and evil do have a deep spiritual significance. But if that's true, then something like theism is probably true. So something like theism is probably true.
Wow, I didn't know that was... So is this... Did Plantinga defend that?
Well, it's in his 24 or so paper, and every argument in that paper is just defended ever so briefly. But yeah, that's one of his arguments.
Interesting. All right, let's move on. Man, I wish I would love to be able to spend more time on these, but we're like...
I know, because I've got a lot of notes that I'm skipping too. So from universal beliefs, certain moral beliefs are shared by all of humanity. If that's true, then God's the best explanation for that. So God's the best explanation for there being moral beliefs shared by all of humanity, so probably God exists. Okay, so the question there is, well, the main move here is just that, look, there can be moral disagreements between cultures and so forth, but actually these disagreements turn out to be fairly superficial. You know, the classic example is love your neighbor as yourself seems to be a pretty universally agreed upon moral principle. It just turns out that one tribe in Africa that sees it okay to murder members of another tribe, they just don't see members of the other tribe as persons. So they agree with the underlying principle. There's just unclarity on how it applies. So there's your argument from universal moral beliefs. Okay, Sidgwick and Kant. Sidgwick, a moral philosopher in the early 20th century, he thought that the central problem of ethics was showing how one could be true. Acting morally is always rational, only if it's always ultimately what's best for me. And he said it must be rational for me to act morally. Otherwise, noble deeds like self-sacrifice and altruism might be irrational. But it seems true that that's never irrational to be altruistic. So, 2, acting morally is always ultimately what's best for me, only if God exists. 2 is equivalent to if God does not exist, then acting morally is not always what's ultimately best for me. That seems true. I mean, morality and self-interest come apart if God does not exist. So 3, acting morally is always rational only if God exists. Acting morally is always rational, so God exists. Okay, we have another Kantian argument. Yeah, from Robert Adams. The central term here is what it means for a belief to be demoralizing. And he just says it means it's weakening or deterioration of moral motivation. So if a belief is demoralizing, it's morally undesirable. Let's see here. Do I need another term? Okay. If a belief is morally undesirable, there is a moral advantage in believing the opposite. It is demoralizing to believe that there is no moral order in the universe. And by moral order, he just means there is a balance of good over evil in the universe, where our moral acts make significant difference to that balance. So it's demoralizing to believe that there's no moral order in the universe, that nothing we do morally could make a difference. So it's morally undesirable to believe that there's no moral order in the universe. There's moral advantage in believing that there is a moral order in the universe. Theism provides the most adequate theory of a moral order of the universe. If theism provides the most adequate theory of a moral order of the universe, there's moral advantage in accepting theism. So there's moral advantage in accepting theism.
Sorry, I had the slide up late here, so
that's all right.
If you want to read the whole thing,
that one had a lot of premises.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And that one is in Robert Adams' Moral Arguments for a Theistic Belief. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going a little bit quicker here, so we're on. We just hit another 10, so time for some more push-ups. I'm gonna do these quickly.
You want to change it up and do jumping jacks?
Nope.
Just get building those pecs.
Well, we're going slow enough to where it's not a big deal, I don't think.
You'll do push-ups. I'll take a drink of apple juice. That was a fast 10.
It was. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a long amount of time. Sorry, let me get this back so you guys can hear me. There's a big amount of time between each set, so it's not too bad. It's enough rest. So
we have Oderberg's argument from Cosmic Justice, and by cosmic justice he means all virtue is rewarded and all vice is punished. Okay, so premise 1: we live in a rational moral order. And by rational moral order, we mean it's the case that where it always makes rational sense to behave morally. That's what it means that we live in a rational moral order. It always makes sense to behave morally. If we live in a rational moral order,
Liz Jackson just chimed in the live chat. She said, "Chad isn't doing push-ups. Lame."
Oh man, there was a time in high school when I was the king of push-up contests. Believe it or not, I was a wrestler in high school, and I prided myself on that. My wife would appreciate it if I did more push-ups.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Continue.
It's all right. So we live in a rational moral order. If we live in a rational moral order, there's cosmic justice. Again, that's understood as being all virtue is rewarded, all vice is punished. So there's cosmic justice. If there's cosmic justice, there must be a cosmic judge who administers it. So there's a cosmic judge who administers it.
Okay.
Layman's moral argument, and this moral argument actually has been quite influential and inspired a lot of similar arguments. 1, in every actual case, one has most reason to do what is morally required. So 1 just says that there is overriding reason to perform one's moral duty. For example, let's say, forget the example. We'll just go on. If there is no God and no afterlife, then there are cases where morality requires that one make great sacrifice for only modest benefits. And he gives the example of like a poor widow who has the opportunity to steal like $10 million, and she knows that she would never get caught and no one else would be harmed by this. This is $10 million that no one ever even realized existed, but she would be stealing it if she took it. So if there's no God and no afterlife, then there are cases where morality requires that one make a great sacrifice for only modest benefits. So if there's no God, there's no reason why she shouldn't take that $10 million. If in a given case morality requires that one make a great sacrifice for only modest benefits, then one does not have most reason to do what is morally required. So if there is no God or afterlife, then in some cases one does not have the most reason to do what is morally required. But she does have reason to do what's morally required, namely not steal the $10 million. So it's false that there is no God or afterlife.
There you go. Layman's moral argument.
Okay, we have an interesting set of arguments that push more toward a Christian conception of God and not just a theistic conception. So we have Linda Zagzebski's argument from the need for divine aid in being moral. Now she asks, classic question that you encounter in ethics classes, why be moral? Well, she says, why try to be moral? And so by thinking about this question, she has the following argument. It is rational to try to be moral only if it's rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful. But it's not rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful if all we have is our own human faculties to go on. And this is because if all we have is our own faculties, we can't be confident that we have genuine moral knowledge, given the depth and diversity of moral disagreements. We can't be confident that we can overcome our moral weaknesses and bring about good in the world. And we can't be confident that our moral efforts wouldn't just be vain in the end. So, but 3, it is rational to try to be moral. So it's rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful. So we have more than just our own human faculties to go on. Follows logically from 2 and 4. Now, if a theory postulates exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful, then it's rational to believe that theory. Christian theism postulates exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful. And namely, we have, by divine revelation, divine assurance of and guidance, grace, providence, exactly we need the assurance of genuine moral knowledge, the assurance that we can overcome moral weakness, and that our moral efforts wouldn't be in vain. And so it's rational to believe Christian theism.
How do you say her name? Linda Zagzebski?
Yeah,
I'm so bad with names. Zagzebski, okay.
Brilliant philosopher. John Hare on the moral gap. Yeah, he's defended this argument over the course of like 3 decades. Now, what he means by the moral gap is it's a gap between the demand that morality places on us and our natural capacity to live up to it. So morality essentially demands that we be perfect, but it seems like we can't be perfect. So that's the problem. That's the moral gap that John Hare talks about. And it gives him this following argument. If one ought to do X, then one can do X. That's pretty much an indisputable principle of ethics. One ought to live up to the demands of morality. So it follows that one can live up to the demands of morality. But one can live up to the demands of morality only if one has the requisite extra human assistance. So one does have the extra human assistance. And similarly, we say that if a theory postulates exactly the extra human assistance needed to live up to the demands of morality, it's rational to accept that theory. Christian theism does postulate exactly the extra human assistance needed to live up to the demands of morality. And there he has in mind the Christian doctrines of atonement, justification, and sanctification. So it's rational to believe Christian theism.
John Hare. I'm gonna say it like that, Hare, because I don't, for no reason. But all right.
All right. We have Kant on the duty to promote the highest good. Kant factors in a lot of moral arguments. Now, by highest good, Kant means perfect proportionment of happiness to virtue. So you're happy in like the eudaimonistic sense, like flourishing, you flourish to the extent that you're virtuous. Okay, that's what he means by the highest good. So we ought morally to promote the realization of the highest good. What we ought to do must be possible for us to do. It's possible for us to promote the realization of the highest good only if there's a God who makes that possible for us. And so because only God could ensure the perfect proportionment of happiness to virtue. So God exists. Okay, objective obligations and duty. Yeah. This should be a familiar argument. We have objective moral obligations. If we do, then they're best understood as divine commands. That was the subject of Robert Adams' unsurpassed book on theistic ethics. Goodness, it's escaping me. Finite and infinite goods. So objective moral obligations are best understood as divine commands. But if they are, then God exists, so God exists. And you'll see in arguments from obligations and duty, they often talk about how objective obligations and duty, the reason for thinking that there are such is that Well, let me just give you a quick example. We just had a bunch of snow the past few weeks here in Ohio. So at one point it was up to, 18 inches. And my wife has to get up very early for work to leave, sometimes at like 5:30 in the morning. And I could sleep in till the baby wakes up at like 9 o'clock. But she can't get out of the driveway if I don't get out and clear it. Sometimes there's maybe not, there could be just a little bit, just enough snow to where she could drive over. I could get away with like staying in bed. But there's just something pulling me. I mean, I really feel like a genuine, almost physical tension that pushes me out of bed to go shuffle that driveway. It's just the right thing to do. So moral obligations and duties often have this feeling of pushing and pulling people to behave in certain ways, which cries out for explanation.
Okay.
All right,
Newman's argument from
conscience. Guilt, shame, responsibility, and so on are only appropriately felt in relation to other moral agents. But sometimes we appropriately feel guilt, shame, responsibility for deeds done in secret that harm no one else. You see where this argument's going. So guilt, shame, and responsibility for deeds done in secret are appropriately felt only if there's another moral agent that's privy to deeds done in secret. So there is a moral agent that's privy to deeds done in secret. The best explanation of that is if there's a godlike being. So there is a godlike being.
This is super interesting. I've never heard of this argument, but I definitely want to think more about it. That's why I'm kind of pulling this up right now. I want to see what kind of additional resources there are.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, I think Graham Oppie objects to this argument by saying, well, no, it doesn't. Guilt, shame, and responsibility don't imply relation to someone else because relation to yourself is sufficient. You can feel guilty yourself. And so, well, maybe so, maybe not. I mean, on the other hand, it's like there are some scumbags that probably don't feel, who would just get away with anything and yet realize maybe you're a psychopath and realize that, yeah, you did do something wrong. So a sophisticated defense of this argument might require a distinction between objective guilt, subjective guilt, things like that.
All right, let's move on. Argument. We're on number 59, so we're not yet at the halfway point. We'll see what we can do.
Okay. On the intrinsic harmfulness of wrongdoing, wrongdoing is intrinsically harmful to the wrongdoer, even if they don't feel like it. So harm here means not pain or suffering or guilty conscience, but just having, or even having bad character. It just means objective well-being. You are not objectively as good off as you would be if you hadn't harmed someone or done something wrong to someone. Metaphorically, wrongdoing is like it's soul withering in a way, even if it doesn't seem to you to be. So wrongdoing is intrinsically harmful to the wrongdoer. That could be true only if the harm here is punishment from a godlike being. So there's a godlike being.
Resources on this one. Who's Clement Dorr?
He's a philosopher, early 20th century philosopher. Most of his stuff was early mid 20th century, I believe. He's got a book on theism. Kind of a dated argument, but
this is why I love. Well, I've got a love-hate relationship with moral arguments because I recognize that there's just so much research that I haven't done and that I haven't just put the effort into. Like, I don't know half of these people that you're referencing here, and these are all really interesting arguments. So this is just really cool. This is really cool. All right, moving on.
Moral knowledge.
Now this is an argument that this is one that I am very convinced of.
This shows up in the Blackwell Companion. The author there, what's his name? Mark Linvell. We have moral knowledge. If naturalism is true, then we probably don't have moral knowledge. But if theism is true, we probably do. So if we have moral knowledge, that's strong evidence for theism and against naturalism. So moral knowledge is strong evidence for theism and against naturalism. And the main reason for thinking too is that the faculties we use to form moral beliefs wouldn't be aimed at truth, but fitness if naturalism is true. So it's possible that we could always have it's possible that we could have true moral beliefs if naturalism is true, but it's more likely that those true beliefs would be true by accident. It would be like believing it's noon when you look at the clock that says noon, and it is noon, but yesterday the batteries ran out of the clock and stopped the hands at noon. You know, you have a true belief that it's noon, but only by accident. So if naturalism is true, our moral beliefs are true only by accident. That's the main idea here.
And there's some more resources on that one. Okay, next one.
Okay, Ritchie defends the argument where we have a capacity to apprehend objective moral norms. But if that's true, the best explanation for that is that our cognitive faculties were intended to apprehend objective moral norms. So our cognitive faculties are intended to apprehend objective moral norms. But if is true, 3 is true, theism is the best explanation for that. So theism is the best explanation for our having the capacity to apprehend objective moral norms. And he defends it pretty similarly. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just move on. Some of these we're just going to have to run through really quickly, and we can just rely on the screen being up and people looking.
Okay, from altruism.
We've hit another 10, so is it time?
We've got 2 more moral arguments. Do you want to do 12?
Yeah, let's wait.
Okay. So we have 2 arguments from altruism, where genuine altruism is sacrificial behavior for another. It incurs no benefit to yourself, your relations, or to your social group, okay? It's exclusively a sacrifice for someone else with no benefit. All right, if genuine altruism exists and is rational, that's a key premise. If naturalism is true, genuine altruism does not exist and is irrational. So, given that it does exist and is rational, naturalism is false. If theism is true, genuine altruism probably does exist and is rational. So, the existence and rationality of genuine altruism strongly confirms theism.
There's some.
We have a second argument. Yeah, we have a second argument from altruism from Pruss, which is that moral altruism is irreducibly normative. This one will take a bit of explaining. Let's just
we're gonna have to leave it because we're getting.
I agree. There can be no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism if moral altruism is irreducibly normative. So there is no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism. There are good theistic explanations of moral altruism, however, which is evidence for theism.
Okay. That wasn't too bad. All right, our experiential arguments. I did want to say maybe what we can do from these arguments forward, because what we're doing is we're reading out every premise, but we may not need to do that. Maybe you can just like make your point about the premise that you want to make, and then instead of reading it, people can just read it for themselves and then do it. We can think about that. But in the meantime, I owe you guys some push-ups, and then I think we're going to go ahead and take a little break, maybe a 5-minute break.
That works.
So let me do some push-ups first, and then we'll go to a break.
All right, you owe us 12. Now, don't skimp on us.
12? All right.
That's right. So that puts you at 32?
32? What are you talking about?
No, more than that, right?
We're at 60. I think we're at 60 arguments.
Oh.
Okay, I think... Oh, no, I got to move this. All right, here we go.
All right. Oh, you still got a lot of power. You're going fast.
Well, like I said, it's like there's some pretty big breaks in between, so it's not too bad. Okay, so yeah, we're going to take a little break. Well, let's get back into it. Let's get the arguments back on the screen here. So experiential arguments is the next section. We've got a quote from William James. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so you can't really talk about arguments from religious experience without at least some examples. And here's one. This is from William James's book, The Varieties of Religious Experience. He says this: I was in perfect health. This is a report he got from someone else. I was in perfect health. We were on our 6th day of hiking and in good training. I never felt fatigue, hunger, or thirst. My state of mind was equally healthy. When all at once I experienced a feeling of being raised above myself, I felt the presence of God. I tell of the thing just as I was conscious of it, as if his goodness and his power were penetrating me altogether. The throb of emotion was so violent that I could barely tell the boys to pass on and not wait for me. I then sat down on a stone, unable to stand any longer, and my eyes overflowed with tears. I thanked God that in the course of my life he had taught me to know him. Then slowly the ecstasy left my heart. That is, I felt that God had withdrawn the communion which he had granted, and I was able to walk on, but very slowly. So strongly was I still possessed by the interior emotion. At bottom, the expression most apt to render what I felt is this: God was present, though invisible. He fell under no one of my senses, yet my consciousness perceived him. So, in his book, James catalogs just story after story after story of people having these sorts of experiences. And here's another one that we won't read, but I just had to just to kind of get our sense of what's being talked about here. Now, these are very dramatic experiences, but people like St. Teresa and Brother Lawrence speak of being intensely aware of the continued presence of God, not in a dramatic way, but sort of in a continual way, such that the most remarkable and awful experience imaginable to them would be if God removed his presence. That's what they say, and hence you have some discussion of the dark night of the soul when saints feel like God has removed his presence from them. Okay, so we have some examples there to get a sense of what sort of experiences we're talking about. Okay, we have our first argument: religious experience as analogous to aesthetic experience. Now, for this, let's define an aesthete as an aesthetic expert. So think of like a wine taster, or a musician, or a painter, or a food critic. Okay, not movie critics, because all movie critics suck apparently. So just of the highbrow end. If the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their aesthetic beliefs, the religious experiences of religious people justifies their religious beliefs. So the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their religious beliefs, or the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their aesthetic beliefs. So the religious experiences of religious people justifies their religious beliefs. So religious experience of God justifies belief in God.
So like I said earlier, right before we went to the break, what we're going to do now, instead of reading out all the premises of every different argument, we're just going to post some of these and then talk about some of the important things that you need to know about it, instead of reading them all out, which is, I think, contributing to the length of the stream. So it should allow us to get through a few more arguments a little bit quicker, and should actually make for more interesting push-up sessions as well, because then I won't have as much time in between. This is a good resource for that one. Okay, let's continue. Move on. So what do we need to know about this one?
Well, that's John Hick's work kind of launched discussion of the argument from religious experience for contemporary philosophy of religion. And the main idea is that, look, if widespread, consistent, and persistent religious experience of God is unreliable, then so is our sense experience generally, because we have we seem to experience God, or people claim to have religious experiences just as frequently as sense experience generally. So if one is not trustworthy, the other one isn't trustworthy. So it's a kind of a parity argument, and you'll see this come up again as we go through a few more. Swinburne's famous argument relies on the principle of credulity, which has already sort of showed up a few times. If it seems to you that P, then you're prima facie justified in believing P. It seems to me that God exists, so I'm justified in believing God exists. And we have planning on proper basicality of belief in God, which is probably familiar to a lot of your audience. If you want more on that, look at his paper, Is Belief in God Properly Basic? Question mark. Okay, Alston. We'll read this one. Perceptual experience is reliable. Religious experience has the same basic epistemic structure as perceptual experience. So the structure is that there's a perceiver, there's an object perceived, and the perceiver's phenomenal experience of the object or qualities of the object. So religious experience seems to have the exact same perceptual structure. But if that's true, then we should think that it's just as reliable as perceptual experience generally. Now, you can't really talk about Alston and religious experience without his answer to why perception is reliable. And his groundbreaking book, Perceiving God, he argues that there's no non-circular way to demonstrate perception, just general perception, how it's reliable. So he proposes the most practical way. The reason we do trust it is with this principle. If P is formed on the basis of a socially established doxastic practice, then P is justified. So we do typically treat perception as justified. It's just a social practice that we have. But in the same way, it's a social practice that we have. We form religious beliefs based on socially established doxastic practice. So we shouldn't think that our religious beliefs are any less reliable than our perceptual beliefs.
Which, by the way, Perceiving God is a great book. It's highly
it is.
recommended if you're interested in this type of stuff, religious epistemology, whether or not we can know that God exists or we justify and believe that God exists. It's required reading, I think.
Okay, so if religious experience can justify, if I have a religious experience, if that can justify my belief in God, what evidential value does it have for someone else? Well, Yandel argues in the following way. If some people have experiences which seem to them to be, some people do have experiences which seem to them to be of God. Now, those experiences don't seem to be, at least some of them don't seem to be subject to defeaters, nothing that would undermine the reliability of those experiences. So the occurrences of those experiences is evidence that God exists. Just generally, and especially the evidential value of those experiences increases if they occur in various cultures and at various times to people of various backgrounds, socioeconomic status, and so forth. So because they do occur in such divergent ways and in such variety, the evidential force of those experiences is increased. Okay, we have Pruss's ontomystical argument. If it seems to S that P, it's a little more modest than the principle of credulity, that we should presume that P is possible. Not that P is the case, but just that it's possible. Now, mystics have experiences which it seems to them that God exists. If so, then we should presume God possibly exists. If we should presume God possibly exists by S5, we should presume he does exist.
That one is super interesting to me. I would love to talk more about it, but we got to move on.
Personal transformation, and this is defended by Alston again. There are many people who believe God has promised to them to help them develop spiritually, who then do develop spiritually. This phenomenon is widespread enough that it's evidence that God basically keeps his promise. He does help people develop spiritually. It is widespread enough, so it's evidence for God's existence. And he cites examples of dramatic conversions, subsequent life changes, the lives of saints in particular, and so forth. All
right, NDEs and religious experience, which I think we're actually we're past the 10 mark. So maybe I just need to go ahead and let's do it. Yeah, we're going a lot quicker. I think this is working a little bit better. All right, here we go. Let's do this. This time, my challenge to you is to say something.
Okay, I'll count. I'll count in sequence this time. Well, actually, it might be hard because our connection is bad. 5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
I did it right because I think we went.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, my connection is a little pixelated.
It looks good on my end. So
Okay. All right.
So let me mention why I'm doing push-ups. It's to help break up the monotony of like all of these arguments and all this stuff. So that's the purpose. The purpose is not, I don't know, for whatever else you might think it is. It's just to help you guys get resituated and open your minds back up to what we're talking about. All right, back to the arguments. Here we go. NDEs and religious experience.
You've probably had people on your channel before talk about near-death experiences. Am I right?
Yep.
So let's not talk about the nature of them. Let's just say let's just look at how they could be used in arguments for God's existence or life after death. Let's just like go ahead and scroll through these. I just formulated how they could be used as arguments for theism. And for anyone who isn't familiar with near-death experiences, this isn't really going to be helpful to you, but I guess I'd just encourage you to look up Cameron's videos on near-death experiences.
Yeah, I've had Gary Habermas on to talk about him.
Okay, good. Yeah, look up his videos with Habermas. Yeah. Okay, miracles. A few preliminary remarks about miracles. You can't talk about miracles without talking about Hume. So Hume has this principle: the probability that the testimony of a miraculous event is unreliable is vastly greater than the probability that the event itself was actually miraculous. So that's his main principle, which makes three mistakes. It assumes miracles are intrinsically improbable, but they're not if God exists. Doesn't factor in all the relevant probabilities. And it underestimates the cumulative evidential power of multiple independent testimonies. And so just to illustrate this last one real quick, okay, the odds that two independent witnesses who are both 99% reliable testifying to other things, the odds of them testifying falsely is 1 in 10,000. Okay, 3 such witnesses is 1 in a million, and 6 such witnesses is 1 in a trillion. Okay, so let's not assume that they're 99% reliable. Let's just assume that they're just as reliable as not. You'd need more witnesses in that case, but you can still get a very powerful confirmation of an event with witnesses that are not 100% reliable. Okay, so we have a generic argument from miracles. The structure would look like this. And miracles are hard because there aren't really a bunch of individually structured arguments. It's just that we plug in different purported miracles for E to get the miracle, to get the argument from miracles. So you'd have to look at the individual miracles themselves to see whether or not there's good evidence that they occurred. We have Tryon Goldschmidt's argument that the Exodus event, we have good reason to think that the Exodus event occurred. I believe he was on your channel. Is that right?
Yeah, he was talking about that. Yeah, it was great. It was really cool.
So look at his interview if you want to get the fuller sense of his argument here. There displayed is his Kuzari principle. And the argument would go, look, the Kuzari principle is true. If the Exodus is a tradition that meets the criteria of the Kuzari principle, then it's likely true. It does meet the criteria, so the Exodus tradition is probably true, which obviously includes all the miraculous events that happened. Okay. Other candidates for E would be the miraculous events, the purported miraculous events that happened throughout the New Testament and the ministry of Jesus. We will not camp out on those, but yeah, there's some resources on the reliability of the Old Testament, in particular the Exodus narrative.
Yeah, Kitchens is also really good on the reliability of the Old Testament. Okay,
so you can plug any of the things that Jesus did into the generic argument for miracles we gave, and provided that the New Testament is generally reliable, you have a good argument for miracles. And of course, you can't talk about the argument for miracles without mentioning the resurrection, where we have historical evidence. These are all individual pieces of historical evidence, E1 through EN, however many pieces of evidence you want to factor into the argument. And so we could run an argument for miracles in 3 ways. We could have a C inductive argument, given the evidence, whether or not they make the resurrection hypothesis greater than 0.5, they at least confirm it. They at least make it more likely than not. Or they make the evidence makes the resurrection hypothesis more likely than not. P inductive, we have all the evidence. Given all the evidence, probability that the resurrection occurred is greater than 0.5. And Swinburne at the end of his book on the resurrection, he actually calculates the probability of the resurrection at being, I think, 0.97. So it's almost certain.
Yeah.
And then we have the best explanation. Given the facts, given the historical facts concerning the resurrection hypothesis is the best explanation. But the resurrection hypothesis entails God exists, so God exists. Contemporary candidates for miraculous events would be...
Is that the slide that we're on right now?
No, that's the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, this looks... Oh, yeah, sorry. This is the resources for that one. Okay, here we go.
I'm going faster than you.
You are. This is good.
Okay, contemporary candidates for E would be things like acts of providence, answered prayer, healing, stigmata, public object miracles, by which I just mean, people report like seeing a statue of Mary weep blood, levitation, demonic possession activity, exorcisms, angelic encounters, special divine knowledge, visions, dreams, premonitions, prophecy. Okay, all of these things. Now, I don't want to look at any one of these cases, but I do. Well, let me just mention one that I found pretty funny. In Craig Keener's 2-volume work on miracles, he talks about a healing of a paraplegic woman, and so she couldn't walk, and she couldn't walk for many, many years. And after the healing, she was investigated for over a year for insurance fraud. And actually, they couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything on her to charge her with insurance fraud, which is probably another miracle on top of the initial miracle, if you think about it. But I thought that example was pretty funny.
Wow.
He has a very nice quote that kind of gives a sense to, and if you get a chance to look at Keener's book, it is incredible. All the stories and testimony he gives to miraculous events in this book is just overwhelming. He says this: I recognize that some genuine scholars will demur from my argument that some cases of supernatural causation are likely, as I myself did once. What I do not believe is intellectually legitimate is to simply dismiss on the basis of pre-existing assumptions the sincerity of all the hundreds of millions of persons who claim to have witnessed such phenomena, or to insist that such claims could only arise gradually in legend or through a writer's imagination. Such insistence flies in the face of an extraordinary amount of evidence, denying voluminous and cross-cultural testimony merely on the basis of a dogmatic theory forged in a very different era and context. He's thinking of Hume. In view of even the very limited number of cases I have offered, and he says very limited, but I'll show you the volumes in a minute, I would consider such sweeping claims to be impossibly naive and misinformed. Any finite number of first-hand observations may be technically anecdotal, but the witnesses are surely no more biased for believing that they have seen apparently miraculous things than those who, not having seen them, deny that anyone else could have seen them either. Okay, so I want to show you his volumes here. I think cumulatively it's over 1,000 pages of just story after story after story of contemporary miracle claims across the world, in the West, in the East, and some of them are evidentially sourced better than others, but it makes a pretty powerful case.
Yeah, I've got those too.
Yeah,
they're amazing. I actually was looking in those at one point, looking for accounts of amputees being healed, and there was, I think he mentions 2.
We have arguments from. You should try to get Keener on. I think he'd be a great guest.
Great idea. That's awesome.
Fulfilled prophecy as miracle. I won't read the the Mackey quote, but the criteria for prophecy is drawn from his quote. An event foretold at T1 occurs at T2 that could not have been predicted by natural means, could not have been brought about because it was foretold, is highly unlikely to have occurred as foretold by chance, then it's fulfilled prophecy. So we could have three different kinds of arguments you could run there based on fulfilled prophecy. One for the conclusion that there's good evidence for fulfilled prophecy, so that's good evidence for divine action. You could argue specifically for Christianity by saying if the sacred texts of a religion contain many fulfilled prophecies, that's strong evidence for the truth of that religion. Well, the texts of Christianity do contain many fulfilled prophecies, so that's strong evidence for the truth of Christianity. And obviously that's going to hang on these fulfilled prophecies. And let's not get into any of the examples. They're interesting, but just look at the resources I list for the examples. Second way of doing it would be, look, if the central claims of a religion are supported by fulfilled prophecy, that's powerful evidence for the truth of that religion. The central claims of Christianity are supported by a fulfilled prophecy, so that's powerful evidence for the truth of Christianity. And the main examples here would be the messianic prophecies of the Psalms and of Isaiah 53, which, if you read those, it's pretty stunning. I mean, given that it's indisputable that those were written prior to the life and times of Christ, that there should be so many examples that seem fulfilled in the life and time of Christ. Actually, Lydia McGrew has a paper where she looks at these examples, and she calculates that where M is the hypothesis that Jesus is the Messiah, given all of the evidence from Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53, the cumulative Bayes factor for all these evidences is 2.5 times 10 to the 7th power in favor of the hypothesis that Jesus was the Messiah against the denial of the hypothesis. In other words, the evidence confirms M over not M by a factor of 25 million. Okay, that's what her argument is.
So it looks like we're actually at non-traditional arguments.
That's because I pushed pragmatic arguments all the way to the end, thinking that they just seem naturally to go at the end. So I only planned on discussing them at the very end. Do you want to talk about pragmatic arguments?
What I was thinking was, what if we just like breeze through instead of discussing each one individually? What if we just like scrolled through really quickly the rest of the slides all the way to the end?
Non-traditional. Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Instead of just like putting it off.
Yeah.
So that way we can.
We've been going pretty quickly, so let's do that.
So
all right,
abstract objects.
Lowe's argument: some abstract objects exist necessarily, but all abstract objects depend on concrete objects, so there must be a necessarily existent concrete object. We have Phaser's Augustinian proof, which is similar to Greg Welty's conceptualist argument, which just arrives at theism by eliminating from abstract objects by eliminating other theories about abstract objects. We have Lowe on objects from reason. Abstract objects seem to be things that we reason about. They seem to be objects of reason. But if that's true, then the only way that could be objects of reason if they're the object of reason of a non-physical, necessarily existent infinite intellect. Okay, arguments from propositions. Let me just read this one. Propositions are distinctively thought-like. If propositions are distinctively thought-like, then they must be the thoughts of a necessary infinite mind. And there are a lot of papers here defending that main proposition. Propositions are distinctively thought-like. So we have Quentin Smith, who recently just passed away. He defended this proposition. He thought that propositions are effects of mental causes, propositional attitudes.
Talking about the second one that you've got, I'm having James Anderson on. I think you know that. I'm having James Anderson on to talk about this paper, the Lord of Non-Contradiction. Really excited about that.
Yeah, so I won't say anything about that one. Richard Bryan Davis, he argues that the constituents of propositions are best understood as ideas. So the idea of, so if we have the proposition Quine is wise, in order for that to be true, it has constituents. It has the constituents quine, the idea of quine, and the idea of wisdom. Now, in order for those to be arranged in such a way for that proposition to be true, you need a mind to arrange them. So propositions, but there are propositions that have constituents that can only be arranged, propositions that no human mind has ever thought of. So they need an omniscient mind to arrange the constituents of those propositions. And then we have Keller.
Sorry, we might be going too slow again. We might need to speed it up a little bit. I've got these on on the screen though for people to pause and go through. That argument is actually, to me, is becoming more and more interesting as I'm getting older. So I definitely want to look more into this.
Well, I have a friend who studied with Smith while he was at Western Michigan. And he said that in class one day, Smith said that considerations about propositions and abstract objects made Smith 51% theist, whatever that means.
That's funny.
Yeah. Okay, sets.
Right, from sets.
I won't read the formulation there. I'll just read the inductive version, the probabilistic formulation. This is Christopher Menzel's argument from sets. The probability that set theoretic realism is true, in contrast to what he calls activism, that sets are the product of intellective activity. That given the nature and existence of these sets, confirms activism over set theoretic realism. So activism entails, or is best, theism is the best explanation of activism, so sets confirm theism.
All right, we're actually past the point for push-ups, so I'm gonna pause and let's do that.
Okay,
let's do it. You've got your apple juice.
Yeah, I'm gonna take another drink of my apple juice here.
Okay, I think 10 or 11.
I lost count.
Okay, I'm starting to really feel it.
Well, initially you wanted to do a push-up after every single argument.
Yeah, that would have.
Okay, facts. Well, here are just a handful of arguments from unities. So we have facts. Facts exist and are unities of constituents. Problem is, the constituents of facts need to be unified, and they can only be unified by something external to the fact itself. But there are facts in every possible world, so there must be an external fact unifier in every possible world. That's from our good old philosopher king living out in the wilderness, William Vallicella. Contingent objects are unities of sorts. They are composite and temporal. There's nothing intrinsic to contingent objects that explains what holds them together through time. So we need an explanation of what does that. That's not a contingent object. And it's not temporal. That's not going to be composite. And it has to sustain them. So we have an argument for God. Wholes, we have, well, here's this kind of an odd argument. You can look at that. There are some wholes that are made, all wholes are made by an intelligent agent. Everything composite is made by an intelligent agent. It's the main premise there. Justified by induction, things like that. Okay, some wholes cannot possibly be made by an embodied agent, so there must be an unembodied agent that made it. And some wholes are such that they could only be made by a godlike unembodied agent, so there must be an unembodied godlike agent.
Sorry, I'm kind of skipping around with the slides ahead of you, so sorry to the people watching that are kind of getting confused at what's going on. I did want to just say one more time that we're gonna breeze through these arguments a little bit quicker than we did in the first half of the show. So if you're having trouble keeping up, just pause it, or you can go into the link in the description of this video and pull up the slides themselves, so you can look through them as slowly as you like or need. And also, I'm gonna have Chad's notes that he's got prepared for everything today. So that's the way that if it's going a little bit too fast or you're having trouble keeping up, that's the way that you can keep up a little bit better. That's one of the ways.
All right, we have arguments from unity using the cosmos as an example. You see how that argument goes there. We'll just go ahead and skip that.
Yeah, I feel bad because
limits.
Paulo is
yeah.
like, yeah, he's a friend of both of ours, and he was super excited to have his argument here.
I know, and I interacted with
Paulo. You're awesome. Everyone should go look into this argument. Let's do that. There you go. Everyone should be excited about his argument.
We have Rasmussen's argument from limits, which is interesting. Whatever's limited has an explanation. If whatever's limited has an explanation, possibly something is unlimited, so something is unlimited, possibly. If something's unlimited, then it's perfect. If something is perfect, it's necessary. So it follows that if something is unlimited, it's necessary. And then we have the crucial step from S5 that gives us our conclusion. There is something that's perfect and necessary.
It's a version of the argument that I used in my debate with Stephen Woodford on the KALAM.
Oh, cool. Applicability of mathematics. Let's just run through this one. The applicability of mathematics to the physical world requires explanation. The best explanation is God. So applicability of mathematics is evidence for God. Leftow's reductions. And this comes from his book, God and Necessity. And if you are masochistic and interested in philosophy, I recommend reading that book. And he painstakingly goes through all sorts of different abstract objects. I mean, numbers, properties, sets, universals, functions, and he reduces them down to God and his activities as the best explanation for the existence of these things. But the virtue is he gets them all to be reduced to God and his activities, but he does so while avoiding the main criticisms of anti-realism about abstract objects. And the main weakness there is just that, look, if we don't have abstract objects, we can't have objectivity about mathematics, and we can't have realism. He says, well, I can get you both if they're just reducible to a necessarily existent concrete being, God.
Am I on the wrong argument? I've got the global economy argument.
That's right. That's it.
Okay. I'm not seeing that. Maybe I'm just not following along.
I was doing it from memory.
Okay.
I have a review of that book, which makes understanding it, I think, a mercy to the reader.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Let's continue moving on.
Argument from possibility. Modalities are grounded in powers. Well, if so, they could only be the powers of an omnipotent being. So there's an omnipotent being. Okay. Nomological.
That was quick. Yeah.
It's interesting that when I was looking at the literature on nomological arguments, it seems to be widely agreed on both theist and atheist sides that if realism about laws is true, that laws of nature actually exist, that's evidence for theism. So you have Nancy Cartwright's famous paper, No God, No Laws, where she argues that realism about laws supports theism, and the best naturalistic option when it comes to laws is to reduce them to dispositional powers of things. Well, then you had a whole bunch of articles in response saying, in effect, no God, no powers. Powers themselves are best explained if God exists. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic that goes on there. The first argument here, I just wanted to mention that dynamic, comes from, oh, you skipped the counterfactuals argument.
Oh, sorry. No, that's the one that I had pulled up. So, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay. So this argument comes from my old Calvin prof, Del Ratch, where he basically says the laws of nature are best understood as counterfactuals, in particular counterfactuals of freedom, but they could only be counterfactuals of freedom of a godlike being. So a godlike being exists. Very cool argument. Scholastic argument is kind of similar to the scholastic argument from abstract objects, which is just that it eliminates alternative views about realism about laws to get you the only possible solution to realism about laws, which is theistic. Okay, from induction, this is John Foster's famous argument. Induction is justified, but it can only be justified if there's genuine regularity in nature. but that can be true only if there are laws of nature that govern nature. But that can be true only if theism is true. So theism is true.
All right, we got to pause. It's time.
Oh.
It's time. We're going fast. That's a good thing, is that it's going to make me more tired, hopefully. It can kind of get interesting. Or, I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well done. I see those veins starting to bulge.
Where?
Yeah, where?
Where, on my neck? All right. All right, let's go.
We have a second argument from induction. I like this argument. This is from Bradley Monton, who is not a theist, but he argues this way. He says our belief in the reliability of induction, that can only be true if we're justified in believing that the universe started in a low entropy state. But if naturalism is true, the probability that the universe started in a low entropy state is ridiculously low. I mean, ridiculously low. In fact, he points out that the probability that we're all Boltzmann brains is higher than the probability that the universe started in a low entropy state if naturalism is true. So given that we're justified in believing induction is reliable, that's evidence that theism is true.
I just wanted to say, people in the comments are saying that I'm like, I should change it up with my push-ups. What do you think?
What, jumping jacks?
No, like do different push-ups, I think. I don't know.
Different push-ups?
I don't really know.
What other kind of push-ups are there?
Maybe one-armed? I definitely not
one-arm push-ups?
going to be able to do that. I could try to, I don't know. No.
Girly push-ups. You could do it on your knees.
I'm just going to do what I've been doing, and that's what you guys get.
Okay. All right. We've got Swinburne's argument from induction as well that, well, it's going to take a little bit of explaining. So
yeah,
let's
just skip that one.
Yeah. All right. From quantum mechanics, Bruce Gordon's argument in the 24 or so volume. Basically, it argues that if quantum indeterminacy is true, physical objects are radically ontologically incomplete. They're like puzzles where you have all the pieces laid out and they should snap into each other, but there's gaps in between all the puzzle pieces. That's what reality would be like. Physical reality would be like if quantum indeterminacy is true, and you don't have God. So the only way to fill in those gaps is if they're filled in by something non-physical, which a mind-like thing, which has to be God.
So tell me what's the difference. What is the difference between a moral argument and an axiological argument?
Well, axiological arguments are arguments for theism based on non-moral kinds of value. There's some overlap, but there are other kinds of value than moral value. There's aesthetic value. There are norms that are not moral norms. They're just sort of norms of nature.
Social norms?
You might think that, yeah, social norms, but norms are axiological in a way. So it's from non-moral kinds of value.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Yeah. So, and this is where there is some overlap. So we have Aquinas' fourth way. I threw this in the last minute the other day because I don't know of a single. Well, I was going to say I don't know of a single person who defends this argument today, but I believe David Alexander defends it. So you want to look at his book. I think we already referenced his work. We have deontic arguments, which are based on the axiarchic principle that if it ought to be the case that P, then P is the case. That might seem kind of counterintuitive, but a surprising number of philosophers actually defend that principle. So it ought to be the case that God exists, so God exists. Now you can make it even more modest by saying, you can modalize the principle by saying if it ought to exist, then possibly it exists. And then you can run the argument that way. If it ought to exist, it possibly exists. God ought to exist, so God possibly exists. And then,
dude, this is a really cool argument for argument number.
It is.
100.
I love how simple this argument is, and it's got some really clever defenses in the literature. One being from our philosophy sage, William Vallicella.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. So there's some resources on that one. I've got to look into that one. All right, there you go. Objective beauty.
Objective beauty. A lot of philosophers here rely on Eddie Zamach's book, Real Beauty, as sort of a tour de force defense of the objectivity of beauty. So let's just say their beauty is objective. Well, that's more likely on theism than naturalism, so it confirms theism over naturalism. And I love this quote from Peter Forrest. It kind of gets you into the intuition that beauty is objective. He says, "How ugly the stars are tonight! How trivial the pounding of the waves on the beach! And is it not crass to be thrilled by mountains? The rainforests and the wildflowers are quite repulsive. And as for sunsets..." Well, look, if a full-blown relativism in aesthetics was correct, then those responses might be unusual, but not in any way improper. But my reaction is that anyone who fails to appreciate the beauty of this universe is defective. I love that quote.
I could not agree with that any more. That is awesome. I love that quote.
Okay, so
Philip Talon, he's been on the channel before, and I actually have I plan on having him in here for an in-person interview. He'll be one of my first because he lives in Houston. So
one of the things he points out in his paper is that a surprising number of naturalists just straight up agree that beauty is evidence for theism over naturalism. They just go on to say, well, there are other considerations that make naturalism more plausible. Okay. You might be able to run an aesthetic argument for theism, not by assuming beauty is objective, but just by having aesthetic sensibilities. So the fact that we just have natural and sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities has been argued to be evidence for theism over naturalism. Natural beauty as the product of aesthetic intent. This goes back to Tennant. If X is beautiful, X is likely the product of aesthetic intent. The natural world is, in general, beautiful. Yeah, so it's likely the product of aesthetic intent. Your outline's a little bit different than the one I'm looking at in my notes. This is why I paused.
Oh, okay.
So there must be a godlike being. Natural beauty as a gift. This comes from Peter Forrest's book. Natural beauty gives the resilient impression of being a gift. You know, it's like you see a beautiful sunrise or a mountain range. It just arises and inspires in us deep feelings of gratitude. But gratitude is a mental state in which we are impressed with the goodness of our having received a gift from someone, a gift from a giver. So if natural beauty gives us the resilient impression of being a gift, well, then we're justified in believing it is a gift. But it could only be a gift of a being like God.
Oh,
natural beauty. Oh, go ahead.
Getting ahead of myself. And I am going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to do the little triangle push-up.
There you go.
See if I can do that. All right, here we go. Which again, this is supposed to help. This is not well, I guess me too, because it's exercise, but it's supposed to help break up the monotony, give you guys a break from all the mental stuff that's happening. All right, here we go. Ooh, triangles. This was a bad idea.
Well, I used to put my feet up on an object, like a chair, to get more incline when I did push-ups.
Yeah, that was a bad idea. Now it's just going to take longer and longer to get back.
Well, beauty, from beauty as a gift to beauty as a natural sign. And natural sign is a technical term. It's so rather than explain the technical term and all that stuff, I guess you could just look it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Beauty in mathematics.
Keep going.
Yeah.
We may have to even get a little bit quicker here. So we've got another, what, 45 to go. So we may just need to kind of breathe. Okay.
Okay. So beauty in mathematics is similar to the argument from the applicability of mathematics, only it focuses on the aesthetic quality of mathematical theorems and so forth. I had a really nice quote there by Russell Howell who defends this argument. Okay, human worth, arguments from human worth, equality, and natural rights. Now, you asked earlier, how are axiological arguments distinct from moral arguments? Well, look, we think that human persons are moral subjects because they have intrinsic value, because they have intrinsic worth. So it's not really moral exactly, but they have they're moral subjects. They're worthy of moral concern because they have intrinsic value and worth. And so we can run a bunch of arguments based on the intrinsic value and worth of human beings, just from their having intrinsic value and worth, their having equal worth. If we have equal worth, there must be something that we all have in common, in virtue of which we are all equally worth. We have equal worth. Well, if naturalism is true, there is nothing in common, nothing that is substantive in common that could ground equal worth. So that confirms theism over naturalism. And you combine those two things together.
That's interesting too.
Yeah.
The equal worth argument is interesting.
Mm-hmm. And they argue that the best candidate there, well, if theism is true, obviously we have equal worth in virtue of bearing the divine image, or just being children of God, or being equally loved by God, or something to that effect. We have natural rights. We can have natural rights only if we have those two previous properties where we have inherent worth and we have equal worth. But the best explanation, and this is Wolterstorff's argument, best explanation of our having inherent and equal moral worth is that that status is bestowed on us as an honor, as from an authority. Well, the only being that could bestow on us such an honor would be God.
Whoops. Let me keep this up here for a second for people to look at the resources for that one. We're on to noological. How do you say that? Is that right?
I'd say noological. Yeah, I don't really know myself.
So I just wanted to say really quickly. So we're on argument number 110. So we've got about 40 more arguments to go, and we're going to breeze through them basically at the same pace that we've been going. But I did want to remind you that at the end of this, if you just started to watch the stream, or perhaps if you forgot, we're going to do something really cool at the end of this, where we're going to look at some of the cumulative effect of all of these arguments, what they add up to, especially, I mean, as a theist, as someone who thinks that certain arguments are sound, I think that we have some really strong arguments for theism. So we're going to be able to play around with some of these numbers and see what kind of evidential force the arguments from all of the arguments is going to give us in our assessment of the case for theism. So it'll be really interesting. You definitely want to stick around. We're going to get there pretty quickly. I would say in the next, going to shoot for another 20 minutes to be there. So we're going to go as quickly as we can.
All right. Well, we have arguments from theism from mind-related phenomena, such as consciousness, reason, and knowledge. We have an argument from Locke, John Locke. There's always been something in existence. It's either everything is either a thinking thing or a non-thinking thing. There are now thinking things, but thinking things can't be produced by unthinking things. So there's always been at least one thinking thing, and that's going to be God. From psychophysical laws, this is Richard Swinburne's argument from consciousness. Mental states are connected to brain states by psychophysical laws. That would be incredibly improbable if naturalism were true. So that's evidence for theism over naturalism. Conscious states per se, or non-physical conscious states. This is J.P. Moreland's argument from consciousness. And the main idea here is just the improbability of getting non-physical mental states if naturalism is true. And if non-physical mental states have an explanation, it can't be in terms of scientific explanation. It must be in terms of a personal explanation. And then we have a recent argument from consciousness, which is very good, very tightly argued. Consciousness exists given the laws of nature. That's extremely unexpected if naturalism is true, but not if theism is true. So consciousness confirms theism over naturalism. Now, these arguments from consciousness, they are sometimes referred to in the literature as the arguments from flavors and colors. Just because they focus on phenomenal states of consciousness like redness or sweetness. But William Paley actually has a real argument from flavors and colors, gathered from this quote. I don't know anyone who's defending this today, but there should be. So I outlined the argument. You can read the quote on your own time, but I outlined this argument as follows. If there are pleasures, which is the next slide, if there are pleasures that are gratuitous given naturalism, but expected given theism, well, then that's evidence for theism over naturalism. There are such pleasures, so that's evidence for theism over naturalism. From the intelligibility of the world.
And then after this one, it's time for some more push-ups. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we are going fast. Intelligibility of the world. Well, we have this intuition that the world is intelligible. There are states of affairs that we understand and we can explain. But naturalism can't really give us a plausible story about how we've come to have that intuition. If naturalism were true, in fact, there's no reason to think that that intuition is true. So we should either withhold our belief in naturalism or the intuition. Well, we shouldn't withhold our belief in the intuition, so we should withhold our belief in naturalism. Further, theism gives us good reason to think a good story for why we should have that intuition. And so it's evidence for theism over naturalism. This paper was just published like this year, earlier this year.
By KOON'S?
No,
Christopher de Ray.
The outline here is from Christophe de Ray, but a similar argument occurs in KOON'S paper.
Wow, that's cool. Man, I'm glad that we slowed down or not slowed down. We sped up, but I'm glad that we sped up, but we're still going to get through all of the arguments. It looks like, even though I said we won't.
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we will. Okay, push-ups.
All right. Here we go. Well, I could just do the argument from reason while you do the push-ups.
I can't put it on the screen and people see.
Oh, right.
I don't know if people. Whatever. I'll just do it.
There's 10. Oh, you're doing more than 10.
I did 13 because I think we went over.
Oh, did we?
Okay.
All right. Well, we're on the argument.
The triangle's too much. I didn't do that this time. Sorry. All right. Here we go. Argument from reason. Go ahead.
Reason. Reason involves intentionality and mental causation. Well, intentionality is just the property of being of or about something. Physical objects can't have that property. Thoughts do. Mental causation, we're talking about how the propositional content of a thought causes another in a chain of logical inferences. Well, that's really implausible. Both of those things are really implausible given naturalism, but they're not given theism. So they're evidence for theism over naturalism. And
someone in the live chat just said push-ups are unexpected under naturalism.
Well, you would have reason to want to be physically fit, given naturalism. So I don't know.
It was yeah. Well, what were you about to say?
I should say Victor Reppert. He's most well known for the argument from reason, but his work on this is just all over the place. He's not sure whether it's an argument for theism or just against naturalism. He draws from like the argument from what I call the argument from abstract objects. He calls it this or that. It's just all, to me, it's a very messy way of presenting the argument. There are better formulations that I reference.
All right. Naturalists of theistic belief. We'll try to get through these
naturalness. Quick. Yeah, naturalness of theistic belief. Cognitive science of religion has basically confirmed that humans have a natural disposition to form beliefs in supernatural agency. Not just any supernatural agents, but a supernatural agency that seems to be very theistic in nature. The argument here is that, well, if that's true, that's highly expected on theism, but not on naturalism. So that confirms theism over naturalism. Argument from certainty. The fact that we have strongly certain beliefs about things, in particular mathematical objects, winds up being evidence for theism, because only theism can explain how there can be a causal explanation connecting our certain beliefs with the objects that we have beliefs about, namely mathematical objects. Okay, knowledge as proper function. We have knowledge, but we can have knowledge only if our cognitive faculties are functioning properly. But they can function properly. The whole notion of proper function requires design. So we can have knowledge only if our cognitive faculties are designed. Epistemic probability also relies on the notion of proper function. Richard Ott argues that the best account of epistemic probability makes reference to properly functioning cognitive faculties. If that's true and that entails design, then we have another theistic argument from epistemic probability. We don't have to talk about knowledge. We can just talk about general reliability of our cognitive faculties as evidence for theism over naturalism, as that would be expected on theism, but not naturalism. From anti-realism, I think this is a brilliant argument. If realism is true, but God does not exist, radical skepticism is true. And this has been the argument from anti-realists like Richard Rorty and Hilary Putnam. They say that if there's an objective reality distinct from our minds, there's no way to avoid radical skepticism, since it's always possible that we're radically mistaken about objective reality. And we can avoid this radical skepticism with anti-realism, just deny that there is an objective mind-independent reality. Well, Alvin Plantinga comes along and says, well, if realism is true, but God does not exist, radical skepticism is true. I'll grant you that. But radical skepticism is false. So either realism is false or God exists. Realism is true, so God exists. A brilliant turning of the tables there by Plantinga. From idealism, everything has an intrinsic non-relational quality. That's required if anything exists, there's got to be something to that thing that makes it that thing. That can't just be relations to other things. Nothing would exist in itself if nothing has non-relational qualities. But the only thing that we know of that can have non-relational qualities is consciousness. So if everything has a non-relational quality, everything has a conscious quality, which is grist in the mill for idealists like George Berkeley, who say that the only way everything can have a conscious quality is if God exists. Everything is constituted by God's mind, so to speak. Here's an argument I think you'll like, Cameron.
Yeah, because I've hated all the others.
This one's from knowability, a Fitch-style proof. For any proposition P, if P, then it's possible that someone knows P. Now, if 1 is true, then 2 is true. For any proposition P, there's someone who knows P. Now, if 2 is true, then there's someone who knows every truth. And if 3, and so it follows then that there is someone who knows every truth. Now, this argument, you might think that 1 and 2 are somewhat dubious, but they're Fitch-style proofs. They're agreed that those premises, if not true, that they follow from one another. That's the main thing. So it's a logically airtight argument. It's just a question of whether the premises are true.
Wow.
Okay, modal epistemic argument. And this is RUTTE'N'S argument. Said we'd encounter him again. He says, for any proposition P, if P is possibly true, then P is knowable. The proposition God does not exist is not knowable. So the proposition God does not exist is not possibly true. So the proposition God exists is necessarily true. Very cool argument. I believe that Alexander Pruss also is on record as liking this argument, which is evidence in its favor. And actually, this argument was apparently it caused quite a stir when it was published, and it was even mentioned in the New York Times of all places.
Wow.
Yeah,
I should mention, so we're about to go to a new category, but I didn't tell people to like and subscribe. So if you've been watching and you're like enjoying this kind of like marathon stream, first of all, let me know what you think about this type of YouTube stream in the comments. If you're enjoying it, or if you think it's too long, if you think it could go a whole lot longer, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. And then also, if you enjoy this kind of content, subscribe. And you can also, if you want to help out the ministry, support us over at Patreon, patreon.com/capturingchristianity. Link to that is in the description of this video. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Let's keep going, and we're gonna pause it in just a couple more minutes after I think maybe one or two more arguments, and I'll do another round of push-ups to keep you guys.
Let's finish linguistic arguments because there aren't that many. I think there are only 4.
All right, let's do it, and then I'll just catch up.
We have an argument from concept acquisition, and this is based on the idea that we have to ask ourselves, how have we come to have concepts? We have concepts, but how? Well, one view is that they're just innate. That view is virtually universally rejected. No one believes that view anymore. Then another view is that they're abstractions from concrete objects. So if we get the idea or concept of squareness from abstracting it from a bunch of square things. Problem with that view is that it seems to presuppose that we already have the concept of squareness that we're latching onto in all these square things. So it's kind of circular. So there's a sort of middle position view here, which is premise 1. We can have concepts only if we have the innate ability to acquire concepts, and we do so with the help of a linguistic community. I got a typo there in that premise, but that's okay. So look, if we have concepts, but we can only get them with the help from someone else who has concepts, well, that just pushes the question back. Like, how did they get concepts? And then how did they get concepts? And so we eventually need to make reference to a being with intrinsic conceptual power that sort of starts the chain of other beings having concepts. From language ability in general, humans innately have very sophisticated linguistic abilities. The best explanation for that is that God exists. Semantic content. Radical skepticism is false. In other words, we have knowledge. But that can be so only if semantic content can serve as an anchor for successful reference, and hence knowledge. But semantic content can only be an anchor for successful reference only if it has these certain features. And Bonavac argues that those features can only be there if they're grounded in a transcendent ground, which can only be God. And finally, we have an argument from the falsity of semantic indeterminism. And so we have a bunch of examples where propositions the meaning or the truth status of these propositions seems indeterminate. So like the question of like classic examples like vagueness, like there's true proposition like that man is bald, and there's a true proposition that man is not bald, but where between those two things does the one proposition become true and the other one become false? So it's indeterminate. The argument here is just that, no, we don't have to say that our semantics is vague and indeterminate. We just have to say that God knows the answer of the correct answer of the semantics. The semantics are just all worked out in God's mind, even if they can't be worked out in our mind. So there is a correct answer of whether or not the person is bald. It's just we don't know it. God does.
All right, anthropological argument. So a lot of people have been asking in the live chat. I'm keeping an eye on that and everything else as everything is happening. So I did just want to mention that the list of all of these arguments is gonna be linked in the description of this video. If you're watching it live, it's not there yet. But if you're watching this afterwards, then it is linked in there, as well as Dr. McIntosh's outline that he's got of all like the things that he's prepared to say about all of these different arguments. So I'll have both of those linked for you guys for further research and everything else. So yes, if you want a list of all of these arguments, you can get them that way. So all right, so it's push-up time. And again, the reason why I'm doing this is to help you guys, you know, I know attention spans for a stream like this only last so long. So here we go.
Push-up time and drink time.
It's just good to do this, and I get a little bit of exercise. Oh, I was gonna say, one thing that you could do, and I should have mentioned this earlier in the stream, is this might be a good way for you to get some exercise yourself, is to do push-ups along with me.
There you go.
If you're watching this live,
follow
live,
along.
if you're watching this in the future, yeah. Okay, I think I owe 14.
14. 1, 2. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So when you talk, there's a delay, and so it like screws me up. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay, what are we at? We've got, what, the first 25 more arguments? Or less? Or more? Oh, 20.
Let's breeze through them. We got anthropological arguments. Arguments based on existential and social aspects characteristic of human beings. So you have a famous C.S. Lewis argument from desire. Natural desires, generally, if not always, imply there is something that can satisfy them. Well, we have a natural desire for things only God can satisfy, so that implies there is a God. Now, this argument has actually been pretty deftly defended in the literature. Don't dismiss it too quickly. And you have a modalized version of this argument. Natural desires imply there can be something that satisfies them. Not that there is something, but just can be. But if we have a natural desire for things only God can satisfy, well, then there can be a God, and then we're off and running. If there can be a God, there is a God. So there is a God. Pruss's argument from the motivational center of lives. Similar, if X can be the motivational center of many people's lives, that is evidence that X can exist. It's obvious that God is the motivational center of people's lives, so that's evidence God can exist. If God can exist, God does exist. From the nature of love, this is Jerry Walls's argument in the 24 or so volume. Our richest and most profound displays of love strongly suggest that they are not just evolutionary byproducts of kin selection and reciprocal altruism. Well, if that's true, then that strongly suggests that there's a deeper, non-naturalistic source of love central to reality. And so we're justified in believing there is, and God's the best explanation for that. Objective meaning. Our lives are objectively meaningful, but that can be so only if God exists, so God exists. And here's a way to actually make that argument more clear. Something has meaning only if it's endowed meaning by one or more personal agents with the requisite authority and control. So if our lives have objective meaning, then that means they were endowed objective meaning by an agent with the requisite authority and control. But the only sort of agent that has that sort of authority and control is God. There's a
By
quote
the way,
there illustrating that.
I just decided what I'm gonna do. I'm still catching my breath. What I'm gonna do is wait because we got what 15. I think we've got 15 more arguments. So I'm gonna do 20 push-ups at the end to kind of cap it off. Okay. So I'm not gonna pause at the 10 mark, which is coming up soon. So I'm gonna wait until we get to the last argument. I'll put in my 20, and whoever's following along, you'll do your 22, and then and then we'll get to the really, really, really cool stuff, which again, super excited about. I haven't even seen it myself. I only saw the setup of it right before we started, so I'm really, really excited to see this. Okay, here we go.
We have meaning as narrative. Our lives can be objectively meaningful only if they form a narrative, but they can only form a narrative if there's an author or narrator. This is an argument that's being defended pretty well by Joshua Sechrist in recent writings. From the naturalness of belief in objective meaning. Look, belief that life has objective meaning is natural to us. We'd expect that if theism is true, but not if naturalism is true. So that confirms that life does have. That confirms theism over naturalism, which confirms life does have objective meaning. Okay, happiness and life after death. What makes life worth living is happiness. But if that's true, then it's rational to forego happiness in this life for the sake of moral duty, only if there's an afterlife where happiness and morality perfectly align, or that can only be so if there's something like God that makes happiness and morality perfectly align. So God exists.
I feel like I heard Baggett argue that too. David Baggett.
Political Authority, published by Tyler McNabb and I forget the other guy. Well, he's going to be referenced here shortly. But political authority is justified. Anarchism is false. But the leading theories of how political authority is justified, contractarian theories and consequentialist theories, don't seem to really justify it. But if it is justified, that means the best explanation would be that it has to have its justification in an extra mundane source, which the best explanation of which is God. So probably God exists. A cool argument. It's unique.
Jeremy Neal.
From free will, we have free will. If naturalism is true, we can't have free will. Naturalism is false. If theism is true, it's not improbable we have free will. So free will confirms theism over naturalism. And actually, you know, Field Papers is a survey that's sent out to all professional philosophers. And one of the most, like, the dominant response is that naturalists, like 90-something% of naturalists all reject libertarian free will. But like something like 80% of theists all accept libertarian free will. So the intuitions here are very, very ironclad. Interesting. Pascal's anthropological argument: humans are morally bipolar. That's kind of my own term to get at the concept he's talking about, which just means that at times we can be saints, at times we're so wicked. What explains how we're so morally one way or the other? Well, Pascal thought that the best explanation was found in the Christian doctrines of the fall and original sin. So it's reasonable to believe in those Christian doctrines.
I really like this argument for a lot of reasons that I can't get into.
Yeah, you know, I have some quotes that kind of bring out the idea of moral bipolarity, but we won't read them
because we don't have time. All right, Here we go. Did you want to read this quote from Pascal?
Oh, sure. That's Pascal on what I'm calling moral bipolarity. Man's greatness and wretchedness are so evident that the true religion must necessarily teach us that there is that in man some great principle of greatness and some great principle of wretchedness. And I love this quote from Alexander Solzhenitsyn. You can read on your own time.
Okay, eight more arguments.
Consensus gentium, justification for belief in God just based on how widespread belief in God is. And this is not an argument to be dismissed lightly. It's defended by the most sophisticated epistemologists writing today, including Zagzebski, who we referenced earlier, and Thomas Kelly, who's leading philosopher on testimony and common sense. So there you go. Let me go through this one. Belief that God exists is the majority view throughout human history. Well, false beliefs are essentially the product of cognitive malfunction. It's more probable that malfunction occurs in a small number of times in few people than a great many times in many people. So belief in God exists is prima facie evidence that theistic belief is true. And also, by the way, that atheistic belief is the result of cognitive malfunction. Okay, a bit more modestly, we could run a consensus gentium argument this way. We don't need to appeal to widespread belief in God to justify God's existence, belief in God's existence. We can just appeal to whom we regard as epistemic authorities on the question of God's existence. In the same way, you know, we cite experts on things to justify our belief. You know, a common one is, 99% of people scientists believe in climate change, and so that's supposed to justify belief in climate change. Well, it all depends on who you regard as an epistemic authority on these questions. That's going to be the sort of deciding factor on this argument. But if you regard someone as an epistemic authority on the question of God's existence and they believe in God, well, that's evidence that God exists.
Pragmatic. We are finally
all
here.
Right. Pragmatic arguments. I'm out of sequence because I changed the order.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, let me find
Pascal's,
pragmatic in my notes.
I think you've got Pascal's wager as the first one. I'm assuming that's what PW stands for.
There are two ways of running a classic Pascal wager style argument. Sorry, let me. All right.
No worries. You're just pulling up your notes.
Yeah, sorry about that. The first is sort of a classic version from infinite expected value. If the expected value of belief in God is infinitely good, but the expected value of disbelief in God is either finite or infinitely bad, well, it's rational to believe in God. And so we just say, well, the expected value of belief in God is infinitely good, but the expected value of disbelief in God is is either finitely good or infinitely bad, however you want to think of that, whether you want to bring hell into the picture. So belief in God is rational. And we can make this a little bit more modest by eliminating infinite utilities, which is a very problematic thing in the literature, just by talking about greater expected value. Okay, and then we have Liz Jackson and Andrew Rogers' wager argument. And Liz was kind enough to work with me on how to formulate her argument. We have this. You should maximize expected value as a sort of principle of decision theory there. Wagering on practicing the most probable religion that posits an infinite afterlife maximizes expected value. So you should wager on the most probable religion. Well, the most probable religion is Christianity, so you should wager on Christianity. Of course, premise 4, the most probable religion is Christianity. It's going to need some defense, but what we're doing here is sort of a defense of that. We have Michael Rada. It's rational to think that Christianity, if it's rational to think that Christianity has at least a 50% chance of being true, it's rational to commit to Christianity and irrational not to. It's rational to think Christianity does have at least a 50% chance of being true, so it's rational to commit to Christianity. And part of Rada's argument, which makes it unique, is he goes through all of the benefits, not just the expected afterlife benefits of believing in God, but all of the benefits in this life that come with believing in God. Let me just mention a few very, very briefly. If you believe in God, you're likely you'll live longer, and studies have borne this out. You'll live longer. You'll have stabler marriages and families. You'll have more social support and contacts. You'll have higher self-esteem. You'll be happier. You're more optimistic, more hopeful, greater sense of meaning and purpose in life. And interestingly enough, there's a lot of studies that suggest that if you're religious, you believe in God, then you have greater satisfaction in your sex life.
On that note, let's keep chugging along. We've got two more arguments to get through, and then we are done.
We have James's wager from William James. We have a technical term here of being a genuine option. P is a genuine option when it's living, meaning that the belief is a real epistemic option for you. Momentous, the belief is very important for how you live. And forced, you can't suspend judgment on the belief. So if belief in God is a genuine option and has more benefits than costs, then it's rational to believe in God, even if there's insufficient evidence for God's existence. So there you go. This
one is super interesting. For someone like me who's interested in epistemology and stuff, that one, the Jamesian, like you're calling it a wager, but I don't know, his thoughts on the genuine option and whether it's rational, it's amazing. It is amazing. That's all.
And a book like Defense of this Argument is Jordan's book, inaptly titled Pascal's Wager, because it's a defense of James's wager.
Interesting. Okay, here we go. Last one.
Now, this is an argument I just recently found, which I like. Okay, so rationality of devotion to God. Here are some principles here. The greater the good, the more rational it is to hope for it, so long as it's believed possible. The more rational it is to hope for something, the more rational it is to devote your life to it. Okay, so here's some examples to illustrate those very quickly. Suppose we're searching for a missing girl suspected of having drowned. It would be a great good if she hadn't drowned. So, and let's just say that I believe it's possible, though unlikely, that she's still alive. So it's rational for me to hope that she's still alive, and so it's rational for me to keep searching for her. All right, that's an example. Now, what happens when we maximize the good in this example? The greater the good, the more rational it is to hope for something. What if something is the greatest good? Well, P3 is your principle here, the combination. If S believes X is possible and X is the greatest good, it's maximally rational for S to hope for X, and so maximally rational for S to devote S's life to X, regardless of how improbable X is. And then we have an argument. If God possibly exists, God is the greatest good. I believe God possibly exists. So it's maximally rational for me to hope that God exists, and so maximally rational for me to devote my life to God, regardless of how improbable God's existence.
That's interesting, and I wish we could spend more time on it, but we can't. Is that it?
Okay.
Wait, did we get to all the way to the end?
I don't think so.
Let me keep that up. Okay.
We have, from personal to world benefits. If a religion,
I thought we ended at 150, but we got more.
I've got 5 more arguments.
Oh my gosh.
If a religion's central teachings dramatically transform people and the world for the better, it's rational to commit to that religion. Well, Christianity has done just that and continues to, so it's rational to commit to Christianity. And so, yeah, it's no sense in going through all the sources here. That's a cool quote that I read, that I found in the paper I read, where Rodney Stark is the leading historian on the world effects of Christianity. And basically, it converted him from being an agnostic. Okay. We have meta arguments.
Oh, now we're on meta arguments.
There's only a few here, so don't worry. Now I got to jump back down into my notes. We have cumulative case arguments. There's
so
2 ways you can do.
transcendental.
Oh, let me just say about transcendental arguments. The problem with transcendental arguments is twofold. One, their history isn't associated with very strong scholarship. 2, those proponents of transcendental arguments, they like to expand the definition of what counts as a transcendental argument. And so a lot of what they'll point to as transcendental arguments are arguments we've already covered. So I just wanted to throw that in there just in case, you know, that if there are transcendental arguments that I haven't looked into them very much. So I just want to sort of booknote that.
Fair enough.
Okay. We have 2 ways of doing cumulative case arguments, transcendental arguments. Then we have Arbor's cumulative credence raiser argument. The more independent arguments there are that P is true, the higher one's credence should be that P is possibly true. And obviously we're talking about arguments that aren't like invalid or have obviously false premises. We're talking about arguments that rational people can accept. So the more there are more than enough arguments for the conclusion God exists to justify belief that God possibly exists. So if we're justified in believing God possibly exists, we're justified in believing God exists. So we're justified in believing God exists. Okay. Yeah, I threw that one in there at the end. Just my numbers were off, and I wanted to get to a round number at one point, so I just threw that in there. Hey, look, it's possible that there'd be a sound theistic argument. But if it's possible there to be a sound theistic argument, well, God exists.
Did you make that up or what?
I was inspired by some cheeky remarks in Pruss's and Rasmussen's book.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let me explain Royals. Yes.
This has to do with your the probability assessment, right, at the end, the cumulative force. Should we keep this up, or what should we do?
Well, we can. Why don't we just go ahead and screen share?
Okay. While you're doing that, it's time for the last round of push-ups, and I'm gonna do 25 if I can do it. Here we go. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this, by the way.
Are you feel pretty worn out?
Yeah, 130 push-ups. All right. I'm gonna like lay down and just go to sleep because you guys. Here we go. 25.
Alrighty. What number are you at?
I don't know, but I did more than 25.
Well, since you told me about the time lag, I didn't want to count out.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that.
Okay, let me share my screen. Let's see if we can get this together.
Let me get back in my chair. Okay. Yep.
I can see it, but yeah, I don't know if you can alter the numbers.
Let's see. Let's see if it works. All right. I'm just sorry, guys. I'm doing this like as we're going here. All right. So let's see if we can alter the numbers and get some magic to happen. So what should I start with?
Okay. So let me just. Okay.
My software crashed again. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Software crashed again. I wish I had an answer for why that happens so often. I apologize. I want to see if you can share your screen again now that I've restarted the software. Let's see if that works now.
I've been trying, and
it's
that
not working.
share button is not lit up for me. I suspect it is some kind of permissions issue.
Okay. Okay. No worries. All right. Let's try it with the software that I've got. I think it might work. Okay. So what should I do? And you can go ahead and start to.
If you can alter the numbers, put a number 1 in that first 0 box. Can you do that? Okay. Good.
There it is. All right.
All right. All right. So here's the explanation of what's going on here. We're doing. Let me explain to you the urns, likelihood ratios, and so forth. If you want to know how the brutal details of the math works, just look at Ted Poston's paper, The Argument from So Many Arguments. I'm just using the math as he sets it up. So those are the equations behind the Excel. Okay, the urns. Suppose we have 2 urns. One has all white balls, and the other has all black, or half black and half white balls. And we draw a ball from an urn, but we don't know which urn, and it's random. If we draw a white ball, well, that's some evidence that we're drawing from the urn with just white balls. If we draw another white ball, well, that's even stronger evidence that we're drawing from the urn with just white balls. If we draw a third white ball, well, now we've come to what's basically universally agreed upon as being strong evidence, which is a likelihood ratio of 8. So 3 white balls gives us a likelihood ratio of 8 that we're drawing from the urn with all white balls and not the urn with both black and both white. So that's what the likelihood ratio means there. And I was talking to my wife, who's a doctor, and she says, "Oh yeah, likelihood ratio. We use that all the time in medicine. It's just that our diagnoses are very often based on likelihood ratios much lower than 8, not 8. Wow. This is a pretty standard. 8's even a high. It's good evidence. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have strong, medium, and weak arguments. If the likelihood ratio winds up being above 8, that means, well, it's a really strong argument. But we also have these other boxes here, the total likelihood ratio, the equivalent of how many balls that is drawing out of the urn. We have the starting probability that God exists, and the total probability that God exists. Okay, so just to illustrate, if we have one strong argument, let's just say we have one strong argument, and I've given a strong argument a likelihood ratio of 5, not even 8. So it's less than a universally agreed upon figure for strong evidence. So let's just say it's 5. If our starting assumption is that the probability of God's existence is 0.5, it's as likely as not. If we have one strong argument, then the total probability that God exists is 0.8. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of drawing 2 white balls out of an urn. Actually, a little bit more than 2 white balls out of an urn. Now let's decrease the strength of a strong argument down to, let's just say, 4. There you go. And let's see if we have one good argument, starting assumption that God is as likely to exist as not. Well, 4, or a strong argument with a likelihood ratio of 4 still gives us 0.8 for God's existence, which is more than, that's pretty darn good. 80% chance that God exists. Okay, so let's say that we have no strong arguments at all, 0. But let's just say we have 5 medium strength arguments, which I just put the likelihood ratio at 2. If we have 5 medium strength arguments, then again, if we're starting out with the assumption that God's existence is as likely as not, then that pushes us almost to 1. That's almost certain that God exists. Now we can toy with these numbers. So if you see how this works, Cameron, what assumptions do you want to change and work in? What are you curious about?
I want to change the prior probability lower. So someone who is very convinced that the problem of evil is a serious problem.
Yes.
And makes it very unlikely
if you're convinced that the problem of evil makes the prior probability of theism very low, let's put the prior probability of theism, I don't know, what would you say? 0.1% 1% chance that God exists?
Yeah, let's say 1% chance.
Okay. Yeah, so even if we have 5 medium strength arguments, that doesn't even get us close to being as likely as not. But let's say that we have, in addition to 5 medium strength arguments, 5 strong arguments. Let's see how that works.
Oh, wow.
You see, I mean, what you see here is the power of how multiple independent arguments come together, and it multiplies exponentially. Now, the key assumption here is that the arguments are independent. Some of them aren't. Okay, a lot of these arguments are not going to be probabilistically independent, but if they are, and you have multiple of them, their cumulative evidential value increases rapidly. Okay, so let's say we don't have...
Let's do a prior probability with that's not as favorable to the atheist. So maybe something like something like 0.5. Agnostics are going to be around in the middle, right? So how about someone who just sort of leans toward atheism? Maybe they don't have a good argument for atheism, but they just kind of lean that way. So what, they'd be at like 0.3
or something like that.
0.4.
Yeah, 0.35 or something. Yeah.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's change some of these numbers over here.
Yeah.
So what should we?
We can either. Okay. Let's say we have no strong arguments, 0.
Okay.
We have no medium strength arguments. Okay. Now the value I put at weak arguments, 1.1. That's basically almost no evidential value at all. That's almost the lowest evidential value there could be without it being not any value at all. It's basically a 10% increase in the likelihood of something. So let's just say we have 10 weak arguments. What happens? Okay. Well, look, it still pushed the probability that God exists over 0.5.
Yeah.
That's if we have just 10 weak arguments.
10 weak ones.
Something's happening with... Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's like we drew... That'd be the equivalent of drawing a little bit more than one white ball. Which, if we draw just a little bit more than one white ball, then again, it's going to be a little bit more likely than not that then we're drawing from the urn with white balls. So the result is accurate.
All right. How should we mess with it further?
Let's decrease the strength of weak arguments. Instead of 1.1, let's go 1.09 or no, 1.07. Say. All right. Now it's going to drop a little bit. So it's still more likely than not that God exists. It's basically the equivalent of drawing one white ball from an urn. Let's say that we have 20 weak arguments whose LRs are a little bit over 1. Boom, you're all the way up to almost 75%, right? 72. So that's the equivalent of drawing a little bit less than 2 white balls. Let's decrease the strength of strong arguments even more. Again, the universally agreed upon LR of strong evidence is 8. Let's say a strong argument is only worth has an LR of 3. Yeah. And let's say we have let's just say we have 10 weak arguments. And let's see what happens when even we're starting out at above 0.5. Let's just see what happens if we add 1 strong argument to 10 weak arguments. Wow. Yeah, it's going to push it up almost to 80%.
And the likelihood ratio, we've already dropped it down to like 3.
Yeah, we've already dropped it. I mean, you could drop the likelihood ratio. Well, you started at what, 0.1 or 0.01.
Yeah. So
yeah,
let's get serious though.
drop-
Let's like, I was gonna say we just gave like 150 arguments. How about these are rookie numbers we're using here.
You got to pump those numbers up.
We got to pump these numbers up.
Yeah, and again, look, if the LR of a strong argument is 3, that's ridiculously conservative.
Yeah.
But that's what we're doing. And again, that just goes to how powerful of a cumulative effect multiple independent lines of evidence has.
So what should we do now?
Let's drop the starting probability of God's existence to 0.2. So only a 20% chance, basically, that God exists. Well, again, if we have 10 weak arguments, 1 strong argument, still makes God's existence more likely than not. Let's drop. I mean, the challenge here is to have a result that doesn't confirm God's existence. So let's drop, like you did, the starting probability of God's existence even more to just 0.05. So it's got a 5% chance of existing.
I was at 1%, I think. I was at 0.1.
Okay.
0.01.
So if we're at 0.05, that does make God's existence less likely than not. So now we're at 0.2 with 10 arguments and 1 strong argument. How many more? Let's just say we get 2 medium strength arguments in there. See how that changes things.
Wow.
Okay, it pushed it right over 0.5. Yeah, and again, that's equivalent to drawing 4.5 white balls. Let's keep the starting probability that God exists at 0.05. We have no strong arguments, 0. No medium arguments, 0. 10 weak arguments. Okay, that's not very good. But now, what if you put in 150 right there? I'm curious. Yeah, it basically confirms God's existence. If you got 150 weak arguments, assuming they're all independent. And that's with a ridiculously low prior probability of theism and a ridiculously low estimation on the likelihood ratio of a weak argument. Yeah.
And we're being very generous to the atheists and saying that all of these arguments are weak. Very
generous. I mean, you see how the power of these arguments magnifies so quickly when you put them together.
So, all right, one of the things that people are saying in the comments in the live chat, and we even talked about this a little bit, is that an atheist could equally make a list of all of these arguments for atheism. And even Felipe Leon has, I think, a list of about 100 on his website for atheism. So, shouldn't we try to calculate that in with these numbers? How would that interact with what we've done today?
I just offhand, I'm not sure how I would factor that into the actual calculations that we're doing. But let me just make a few points. Now, Philippe is going to disagree with me. I know other people are going to disagree with me too. I was talking to Joe Schmidt about this. He disagrees with me. I just don't think you're going to get that many arguments. Especially, look, I have restricted attention to only arguments that have been published in peer-reviewed scholarly venues. So there's a numbers issue here. And if you think about it, the arguments for atheism, you have 2 main courses. You have arguments from evil, and you have arguments against the coherence of the concept of God. Now, if you have planning as free will defense and some workable version of skeptical theism, well, that takes care of arguments from evil. And if you have Nagasawa's maximal God thesis, that takes care of coherence arguments. What's left for atheistic arguments? There are some kind of soft arguments like, oh, why is the universe so big? Or no, I'm being a little cheeky here. There are arguments. What if abstract objects exist and that means God is not a se? Well, again, you have Nagasawa's maximal God thesis that kicks in there. So I'm just not convinced that there are that many arguments for atheism. I mean, let's see them. Show me the money. You know, I want to see all these arguments, and let's play with the numbers just like we're doing, and give them ridiculously low likelihood ratios, and
well, here's
see
one
how
thing.
they compare.
Here's one thing I'm thinking about that this may not be mathematically kosher, but so let's assume that the arguments, because we've got 150 here that we outlined today, and there's 100 I think on Felipe Leon's website. So let's move the starting point.
Can I say something about that real quick? If you look at those arguments, he's not referencing arguments that are like peer reviewed or in journals or books or anything like that. These are just like arguments on his blog, and that's not an argument.
There are some arguments. Yeah, I actually looked at that list, and I just like I wanted to take a case study and just see like what one of these arguments was. So I picked one at random, and it was some random argument that was on some blog that was really bad.
And that's not an argument against the soundness of those arguments, but
yeah,
we have to have standards in that. There's a reason why I'm restricting our consideration to arguments that have been published by people who take them seriously, rational people take them seriously. But yeah, I'd love to see. I haven't looked carefully at that list. I think I've seen it, but I think there's a quality difference here. Pepsi versus
Well, what
Coke.
I was going to say is, I mean, if it's just a numbers game, pure numbers game, is if he's got 100 and we've got 150, then, I mean, assuming that those could just like sort of cancel out, then maybe if we plug in 50 here.
Yeah, well, it depends on the strength of the arguments too.
Sorry, my screen just like wigged down on me. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that those 100 arguments would cancel out and there would be 50 left over. But in something like this, if there's still 50 weak arguments, in addition, if the arguments for atheism and arguments for theism could cancel out in that way, then a number of 50 arguments that are still weak would still highly confirm theism. And what I'm doing is I started the probability at 0.5 because I would assume that someone who wants to lower the probability of God's existence would have to do so on the basis of some kind of argument for atheism. But we're assuming that those are things that we're plugging in afterwards. So I'm starting at 0.5, so I'm not like doing it in the favor of the theist or the atheist. So I'm starting at 0.5, and then I just put 50 arguments, weak arguments in. So if it's purely just a numbers game, then the total amount of and I think that's kind of like some of the point here is that this is how the cumulative effect of all of these arguments can play together. So that's one way to look at it. And you could argue at that point that these arguments aren't independent, which I think would equally apply to the arguments that someone like Felipe Leon is linking on his blog. If the arguments for theism that we've outlined today are not independent, then the same is probably going to be true of the arguments that he's outlined. So that's right. So it depends on like what the strength of the arguments is, how if these arguments do cancel out. But as it stands, just from a pure numbers perspective, we do have the more numbers, the higher numbers. So
and if we leave to just the pure numbers game and we talk about the strength of the arguments. And we say we have a bunch of like pretty weak arguments. I mean, it's just so easy to top 0.5 to get over to argue that God's existence is more likely than not, even with weak arguments. So it's very clear to me anyway that given these arguments, sorry, I've got a glare. Given these arguments, belief in God is justified even if they're all weak. Very weak, exceedingly weak, almost worth nothing.
Last thing that I want to point out before we end this this marathon, which it's been a marathon, and I'm surprisingly I'm feeling really good. Maybe it's because of all these push-ups. But I wanted to say that, okay, so what we're doing right now, what we just did with all of the arguments and plugging in numbers and stuff, and that's kind of fun, that's cool. But really, ultimately, I think what it will come down to is whether or not you like one of these arguments that we looked at today. I'm convinced by several of them that they're good arguments. And so that's ultimately what it would probably come down to, I think, for most people, is that it would be
just a
matter
of
looking at, well, it'd be a matter of looking at the different arguments that you're actually convinced by. So this kind of thing where we're playing with the numbers and the cumulative effect of all of these different arguments, I think that's cool, and it can have some evidential force. I think that it would probably require really doing a serious investigation into how many arguments are on both sides, and if we could find out some way of like canceling them out, that to me seems possible to do something like that. But I think ultimately it still can come down to just like, you know, which of these arguments do you think is plausible? If you don't think it's plausible, why do you think it's implausible? I think that many of these arguments that we discussed today are plausible, even though we weren't able to give a real rigorous defense of any of the premises. So I think that it can still be very, very valuable, despite what we just did with the numbers and the urns and everything. Just accessing all of these different arguments, or being, you know, a lot of these arguments I wasn't even aware of. And so now I get to go and investigate these arguments and see if someone like, you know, like Richard's, not Richard, but I'm all of these names are coming together right now for me. Was it Smith, who is now 51 or was 51%?
Yeah, that's what he said, but you know, he was kind of an eccentric character, so we don't know if he really meant that.
Well, I guess the point that I'm making is that these arguments, if we give them a fair hearing, could potentially sway us one way or the other. And so I think that there's immense value in just being aware of these arguments, and then, you know, doing your due diligence and investigating them and seeing if you think that they're true. And, you know.
I want to say one last thing. If you go back to the slides,
okay,
there should be one last slide, a secret slide I put in there.
Oh, that sounds intriguing. I think I may have actually exited out of that, so I've got to. You may need to give me a second.
You don't have to pull it up. I can just explain it. There might be a theistic argument against the argument from so many arguments. Hear me out. Pascal famously said that there's enough evidence for those with an open mind and heart to see, but not enough to compel belief in those who don't. God is interested in a genuine, uncompelled relationship with us. And so it makes sense that he would create a universe that's theistically ambiguous. It's not overwhelmingly obvious that God exists. On the other hand, if naturalism is true, there's no reason to expect the universe would be theistically ambiguous. So we have an argument here against the argument from so many arguments, but it's still an argument for theism. Premise 1, the universe is theistically ambiguous. The fact that the universe is theistically ambiguous is more likely if theism is true than if naturalism is true. So the fact that the universe is theistically ambiguous is evidence for theism and over naturalism. Here's an argument for why God might allow agnostics, in other words. Agnostics, the existence of agnostics is evidence for the existence of God.
All right, I think that is going to do it for us in this marathon. I'm more, I've got to work out today. I feel good. This was awesome. I really appreciate all of the work. I'm getting away from the mic because I'm tired. I really appreciate all the work that you've done on putting all of these together. And this.
Thanks for having me on. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. I was watching the live chat. I couldn't watch it the whole time, but I did notice some people saying that they'd love to see you back on. So we've got to do something else. And I'm sure we'll talk about what that could be, or maybe on the man. I can't think.
Probably thinking of the phenomenal defense. Is that it?
Whatever you said, like, was it an argument that you came up with?
Yeah, toward the beginning, my defense of the possibility premise. Yeah, we'd talk about that.
Okay. There was something. I'm like so out of it.
Welcome to how I've been feeling for the past 2 months cramming for these.
Every single day.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I wanted to put together a document that's a little more user-friendly for all these arguments. Awesome. So if you could just hold out on posting the slides for me to give you something that might be a little bit more user-friendly. Sure. In fact, it has links to the PDFs of a lot of these papers and things like that. So I'll give that to you, which I'm sure your viewers would be interested in too.
Sure, and we can make it like we could maybe put it in a Google document, and that way we could update it later on if we like find some more and want to add some more arguments. Or whatever else.
Well, yeah. I mean, by the time we finish this video, this list is out of date. There's arguments being published on God's existence so fast, so frequently. It's hard to keep up on.
Yeah. All right. Yep. That's going to do it.
Oh, well, thanks for your stamina, the entertainment. 4.5 hours. That's impressive. And we just blew through it. I mean, if we had gone through all the arguments with the amount of notes I had, you're right. We would be into tomorrow.
Yeah, I would have actually loved to do that if my body.
Yeah. It hurts. So it hurt to go through, to not give a lot of the arguments like the respect that they deserve. But
that did.
Life is finite.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. This has been awesome. I am like ready for bed, even though it's only 4 p.m. where I'm at. But thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you soon on Capturing Christianity. So until next time.
Oh,
see you
by
later.
the way.
Oh. You got to say it. You started it.
Christianity is true.
All right, there you go. By the way, Christianity is true. See you guys later.